Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? It's God. That who are we is God. Can't hear you.
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah.
November 27th through December 4th. So if you don't have it marked on the calendar already, mark it on the calendar, November 27th through December 4th. Okay? And then we have a raffle going for Hanukkah. So there will be a drawing every night of Hanukkah. Everyone is welcome to participate. The winner will receive 2 fringed up shirts and a headband. 1 ticket will cost $5, 3 tickets will cost $10, 5 tickets will cost $15. And you can cash out that to Israelwear 12. So Israelwear 12, or you can zell it to 757-386-0692. And that's if you want to participate in the raffle. These raffles are dope. I love the raffles. You get you a nice garment, nice shirt. I never win, but I like to participate. I don't know. I remember they were doing a whole garment, tunic, armbands, headband, girdle, all that. And I thought I won, but I didn't. You know, I was very sad every time I bought like a gang of tickets. Because I was trying to win the lottery at the same time and win the raffle, but it didn't work out for me. But that doesn't say don't participate. It's fun. Join in. All right, so that's the raffle info for the feast day. We got the Blog Talk Radio with Mashaba and company. They still holding it down Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 a.m. We got other channels that you can check us out, other YouTube channels. If you go to this one, you'll see all the other ones listed underneath the channel, which is very dope. You can do the Virginia one or the Houston one, and you'll see all our other YouTube channels listed with it. There is Israel Silk Something orders, if you haven't got friends up yet, go ahead and get it. $35 a month or $75 for a shirt and headband. Hebrew Academy in Rochester, Virginia, every Monday. Houston, every Tuesday. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can hit up Priest Kazakia, 757-300-5555. 4047, or you can reach Priest Kwatazak at 303-557-8979. Please text only during class. If you want to text in a question during the Shabbat, just make sure any questions you come with, you come in correct, you come in respectful. And it's a question, not a statement. Sometimes a question might come out and it sounds like a statement. So make sure you're asking your questions as a question. All right? Support our business, sweetambiance.com. Keep you smelling good, keep the house smelling good, keep your person smelling good. Keep you, your children, your wife, your kids smelling good. Keep the whole house.
Fine.
All right? Donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. Or you can Zelle it. And that info should be there on the screen. We still, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the background here is a little different online. We actually started to get some painting done in the school. School still needs a lot of work. So please help out how you can. All right? You can drop that into the Wells Fargo. You can drop that into the Zelle. Any material or items that you feel like we can use, you can mail that. You can hit a Priest Kwatazak, he'll give you a good address where you can mail those items. All right? And that's it for the announcements. We're hitting the Sabbath reading. We're going to go over the Sabbath reading. But before that, we're going to do what we always do, the Sabbath morning ceremony. Go over these prayers. All right?
Alrighty. Everybody, I imagine will put your Yerushalayim. Let's go ahead and set up these Shabbat morning prayers. Let me say this too before I forget with the announcements. Brothers, again, as we know, after Hanukkah, Purim comes up, and then Passover. Passover is going to be here before we know it. Start saving up for your garments now. Yes, you may not know the prices for your garments, but we already know it's going to be between probably $300 to $500. So start saving for your garments now. That way, when sisters start asking for the money for the garments, it's not being turned in late. So let's try to be a little proactive this year and start saving for the garment money now. That way, when sisters ask for the money for the garments, it can be turned in quickly. That way, sisters can get started as soon as possible. All right? It's like 5 or 6 months till Passover. So you got 5 or 6 months to save up the money. So, yeah.
Actually, think of it more a month less, because you don't want to turn in at the last minute right before Passover.
Yeah, that's true. So, all right. So let's get started with these prayers. Shabbat Shalom. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Atalanawa. Award. Zayawam.
Zawam.
Tawada.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Atalanawa.
Rayak.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Amen.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. The scriptures say, "Let my prayer be set before thee as incense."
Hashabbat,
Hashabbat,
Bashalom,
Bashalom,
Wada,
Wada,
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath day in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms chapter 121 in the Hebrew, and then of course we'll translate. All right, let me find it. Anashai,
Anashai,
Ayan Yam Yad,
Ayan Yad,
Al Hahorium,
Al Hahorium,
see, my bad, slack it. Anashai,
Anashai,
Ayan Yam Yad,
Ayan Yad,
Al Hahorium,
Al Hahorium,
Na'aya,
Na'aya,
Yabawa'ah, Isariah, Isariah, Yabawa'ah, Ma'Yahweh, Sha'aishah, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yenathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Gala'ah, Mawam, Shashawamar, Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Yashamoria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayil, Yum Yad, Yadin, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Ba Layala, Yahweh, Yashamor, Slakia, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamor, Napashia, Yahweh, Yashamor, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'itan, Ma'id, Walam, Aman.
This is Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai. The water, the miyad, aman.
Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achai, Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achai, Shema Yasher Allah, Yahweh Allah Hayanoah, Yahweh Achai.
Hear it, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
The Lord's Prayer can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanawa, Shabashamayim, Kwadash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Lakwatka, Gaba'ah, Matazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawah, Hayah, Bashamayim, Nadalanawa, Chum, Kol, Yawum, Masalachnawa, Kabawatnawa, Kasalachnawa, Kabawat Yinawa, Wala'ah, Kabayanawa, Banasaya 1, Abo, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Wa'ala, Wa'ata Aparat, La Iwalanyam, Aman.
This Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Ha'aishara, Zawa,
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achorium, Ayil Punya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah, Ta'aisha, Laka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Talakwak at.
Talakwak at.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Karatazak.
Karatazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'na'ak.
Ta'na'ak.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ganab.
Ta'ganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Tachamad.
Tachamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'ayaka.
Lara'ayaka.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Water.
The water.
Yah.
The Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
Yeshabim, which means be seated.
All right. Shalom, brothers and sisters.
Wow.
Of course, I hope everybody is enjoying their Shabbat day. Shalom, shalom. We got a good reading. Of course, every Shabbat is a good reading. We're going to be picking up in Genesis chapter 32, starting at verse 3. May I get the first reader? All right.
Don't forget.
Michael, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Ban Yasharala,
Michael, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Ben Yashra'ala, Ben of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shabbarakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Rakatah.
All righty. Genesis chapter 33, verse 3. All right, shalom to everybody online. All right, so Brother Bernard, shalom, Akim, Psalms 21, the Hebrew word mean the sun, verse 6. Hey. Can you, Gadar Bernard, if you can rephrase that? I don't know if you're asking a question or making a statement. I'm not really sure. So if you could just rephrase it a little bit so it could be a little bit more clear. All right. All right. So we're starting at Genesis chapter 23, Genesis chapter 32, verse 3.
The book of Genesis, chapter 32, and verse 3. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom.
All right, so picking up on where we left off, if y'all remember this Genesis story. This is a dope story, y'all. I love Genesis, right? So now we're reading about when Jacob left Laban, right? Y'all remember last Sabbath class. That was a good class. So now we're reading about Jacob finally gets to leave Laban with all his family, right? And on his journey, he has to go through Mount Seir, right? So that's what we're about to read now. That's where we're at. So it says, Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, unto the land of Mount Seir, right? The country of Edom. Let's see how this plays out. So I want y'all to paint the picture real quick, right? You got Jacob and his family and all the cattle leaving Laban, right? And they're heading out, and they're heading back to where Jacob left, right, with his family.
God.
So, they're about to pass through Mount Seir with Esau, right? The land of Seir. So, I am just correcting you of the Hebrew word shamash. Huh? I am correcting you of the Hebrew word shema. Means the sun. Well, we didn't even read Psalms 21. We read Psalms 121. Oh, you know, where it says, the sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. I am just correcting you of the Hebrew word shamash, means the sun. I mean, that's gonna throw me off. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. If the Hebrew word means shamash, I'll look into it. But I mean, this is the same Hebrew booklet that all the other schools that go to the summit is going over. They're saying the same thing. So, I mean, I'll look into it. But yeah. So, anyways, so Genesis chapter 32, verse 3, Mount Seir. Jacob is now approaching Esau, right? So he sends messengers onto Esau in the land of Seir. Let's see what happens. Go ahead.
And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now.
Go ahead.
And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants, and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in thy sight.
Go ahead.
And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him.
Come. So Esau's coming with 400 brothers. I'm not gonna say brothers, but he's coming with 400 men, right? To meet Jacob. After they tell him, hey, listen, Jacob is coming. He's been in the land. He's been sojourning with Laban until now. He got cattle. He's coming with his family. He's coming to meet you, right? Now you would think that after all these years, Esau's wrath would die down, right? You would literally think after all these years, man, that his wrath would die down. But of course it doesn't. And what does that show? That shows you that Esau's the type of cat, man, that'll sit there and let his anger just fester. And fester and fester. So I like this because it gives us another example of what we can't do. Because we can sit here and let our anger fester and fester and fester. And if anybody can think of a time when you sat there and let your anger fester and fester and fester, usually what ends up happening is you end up exploding on the wrong person too. It changes your whole spirit. It changes your own countenance. So Esau, he wasn't letting go of that anger. So Esau been waiting on this day. Remember, it said that he comforted himself. He comforted himself thinking about how he can kill Jacob. He takes comfort in that. So for those 20 years, he was waiting. Sitting there waiting, right? So he's coming to meet Jacob with 400 men. Now I want y'all to think about something else. You coming to meet Jacob with 400 men? He knew that Jacob wasn't nothing to be played with.
Yeah, that's true.
You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. And he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, and herds, and the camels into two bands.
Now, this verse 7 right here, right? It says Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. But wasn't Jacob a righteous man? He was. So, I thought righteous people couldn't get scared. But what it's showing you is that the feelings, the emotions hit everybody. You see what I'm saying? So, guess what? Fear and being afraid hits everybody. But what did Jacob do? The fear hit him, but what did he do? He didn't just like, oh, I'm scared, I'm not going. He thought his way through it. So he was like, okay, let me divide the people. You see what I'm saying? Because if we just go like how we're going now, we're probably going to get slaughtered, right? So let me divide the people. Let me do something strategic. You see that? Go ahead.
And said, if Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape.
You see that? So he came up with a little strategy. If he fights the first company, then everybody else will escape, right? Go ahead.
And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saidest unto me, return unto thy country, and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth, which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I pass over this Jordan, and now I am become two bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. For I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children.
Y'all see how cold the scripture is, this verse 11? Read verse 11 again.
Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau.
Is this not real? Is this not a prayer like we literally got to pray for it? Like, deliver me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau. Why? Deliver me, why? Why do I got to ask to be delivered? Read.
For I fear him.
Go ahead.
Lest he will come and smite me. And the mother with the children.
You see that? Because Esau don't give a damn. He will come and smite you, the mother, and the kids. What's up?
I would say also you can read that. It goes in also in the Deuteronomy about curses. Deuteronomy chapter 28, in verse 50.
Go ahead.
It says, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young.
You see that? Now, how did Jacob know this? How did Jacob know this being away from Esau for 20 years? Because Esau been showing characteristics of this. Even when Jacob was living with him. And just the fact that Jacob sent a messenger and Esau wants to meet him with 400 people, 400 men, it's like, damn, you don't care that I got kids. First of all, you don't care that I'm your brother. You don't care at all that I'm your brother, and you don't care about your nieces and nephews. You know what I'm saying? After 20 years, too.
It's true.
I'm sorry. Oh, con. So, that smells good. So, Esau wants to smite him, right? Esau wants to smite Jacob. So, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's go back to the reading. Let's go back to the reading real quick.
Look at Genesis chapter 32 and verse 12.
You know another thing too about Esau? Another thing too about Esau, when you read, you can see it. Esau has no accountability at all. This man is really going to act like he didn't sell his birthright. The whole thing with the pottage, it's like that never happened in his mind. It's like that never happened. So all this unjust anger for no reason, like you didn't give away the birthright for some red pottage. You know what I'm saying? Now read Genesis 32 verse 12.
And thou saidest, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitudes.
Now, I want y'all to think about something, right? The Most High did say this to Jacob, just like he said it to everybody here, right? Now, if the Most High said this unto Jacob, and Jacob obviously believed in the Most High, he had faith in him, then why is it that the Most High is bringing him and has him now in this position where it's like, well, Yahweh, you said that you was going to make my seed innumerable, right? Why are you bringing me into the situation now where I got to wonder if we're even going to survive with Esau? I'm doing what you said, so why now am I in this predicament with Esau, where I'm fearing for my life, but not just my life, but my family's life? You know this man is bloodthirsty. You know he wants to kill me. Why? When you made this promise to me, right? Now I want y'all to think about something. The Most High promised the same thing with Moses and our nation back then too, right? When we were fleeing in the wilderness. Now, why did the Most High bring us to this point of the Red Sea where it's like, bro, you gonna kill us? Well, you said you was gonna do this, or why bring us to the Red Sea? Why does the Most High do all that? Couldn't the Most High have had the Red Sea already parted for us when we got there? It's like, we running, and it's like, oh, we're running towards the Red Sea, but it's already parted. It's all good. Let's just run through it, right? Why does the Most High do these things?
He does these things so we can have to show us that we have to have faith in him, and he's always going to be there to protect us.
Exactly. So now, in these times, why don't we think that we have to have faith in the Most High too? He constantly tested the faith of the brothers and sisters in the scriptures. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all the way up until Moses, he constantly tested their faith. Constantly. All Jacob had to do, and he was a righteous man, so he probably did do this, was remember the days of old.
God.
Remember all the brothers that came. Remember Isaac. Remember his grandfather, Abraham. How the Most High tested his faith, but he took care of him. You see what I'm saying? All he had to do was remember Noah, right? The Most High, he does these things. So when we read stories like this, when we're sitting here and we're reading the Torah, you gotta play it out like a movie in your mind. You gotta, yes, there's a lot of things that's missing, but you gotta think okay, what was Jacob thinking? What was Esau thinking? That way you can, and you match it up with the world today. That way you can see the story play out like a movie for yourself. And then you can look and say, damn, what is the Most High doing too? And then you're able to see how it all fits up. But, looking at this, man, it's very cold, man, because the Most High does this to us all the time. Or our faith is being tested all the time. I don't know. Yeah. Read verse 13.
Verse 13. And he lodged there that same night, and took off that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother.
And he took of that which came to his hand a present of Esau, right? So Jacob already started formulating this plan. Not only did he start dividing the company, but everything that he brought, he was going to give Esau a little cut, right? He was going to give him a present. Read on.
200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants. Every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove.
All right, so real quick. Oh, where are you at?
Verse 16.
Verse 16. Somebody go to Yeah, go to that scripture, but I want to show y'all something. So the gift that he gave Esau was 200 she-goats, right? And 20 he-goats. He gave him more female goats than male goats. Why? Because you're going to be able to reproduce more with the females than you would with the males, right? 200 ewes and 20 rams, right? Same thing. 30 milk camels, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. Do y'all... I know we just read through this, and a lot of us ain't never owned cattle a day in our lives. A lot of us is from the East Coast and the up north. I'm about to cap real quick. A lot of us is from the East Coast and the north. They've never seen cattle.
Damn.
Right? I had to cap a little bit. Sorry.
Those concrete jungles.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a cow. Right? But
You gotta go to the zoo to see those, huh?
They got cows in zoos. Over there. Good.
I don't know.
I don't know.
They don't got no cows in zoos.
So check this out, y'all.
Captain Hard.
Definitely Captain Hard. So check this out, y'all. So when you look up just a female goat in today's time, it can range from $100 to $800, right? So let's meet at halfway. Let's say a female goat is $500, right? When you times that by 200, because he gave him 200 she-goats, just the goats alone that Jacob gave to Esau is valued at estimation 100,000. Just the 200 she-goats. That's not including the 20 he-goats. That's 100,000.
Did he say estimation?
He did.
Oh. Estimation.
Estimate.
Hey, there was a word I couldn't say on Wednesday. It was I forgot. Estimation.
Kind. So when you add all these up, and that's just a goat, y'all. That's a goat. That's not even a cow. The cows and like the female cows and the male cows, the bulls and all that, those are a lot of dough. Imagine how much a camel is. You know, how much is a camel? Let me just look it up real quick.
The cows are worth more though because you can.
A camel is 55,000.
Cows are worth more.
It says that a camel's price starts from 55,000 to 40. I don't know.
We use the camels for transport, so they were probably worth more.
Yeah. So it's safe to say that. Oh my bad. A camel costs around 5,000 to 20,000 in the U.S. 5,000 to 20,000.
Cows start like around 5, 10. Remember we used to go to
the fair,
and they like, yeah, this is like a prize bull.
Yeah.
At 20 grand. Because you can breed it, you can eat it, you can milk it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to see. Like, you know, you can read over this and just be like, oh yeah, he just gave him 200 she-goats and you know what I'm saying? But when you look at it and you really like do the numbers in today's time, that's a lot. And Jacob still had a lot after he gave Esau a lot. So how much was Jacob really worth? Jacob was worth a lot of dough. He was worth a lot of dough, and you know, Quatazat, you would always say like, there's no way we ate meat back then the way we eat meat now. The excessiveness, right?
No.
So you gotta see like, just like we had all these animals, right? But we weren't even eating them at the rate like you would think. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So when you read this, man, Jacob gave Esau a lot. He gave him a lot. So I just wanted to show y'all like just the pricing a little bit. That way you can really understand like how much he was given to him.
Where we at?
This is Genesis 32 verse 16. We're at verse 16 now. And another thing too, man, you ever been driving south here in Houston and you see like, I mean, you don't even gotta drive south. You drive anywhere in Houston and see like acres of land and see cows on the land just grazing. You gotta see, man, 200 she-goats, 20 ewes, 200 rams. Like what he gave Esau, I don't think I've ever seen that many animals on the land ever driving through Texas. So he gave him a lot, man. He gave him a whole lot. So, but let's get back. Genesis 32 and verse 17.
Verse 17.
Yeah.
And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother meeteth.
Oh, hold on, before you go there. I did not go there. I forgot about the Ecclesiastes. Where you at?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 7.
Read that.
Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad,
Uh-huh.
and a gift destroyeth the heart.
See that? So a gift destroyeth the heart, man. So Esau, like I was saying the other day, man, Esau is smart, but he's really not that smart. He's smart in his wickedness, but he has no wisdom. Because then he would have at least have seen what it was that Jacob was doing to him.
And that's what I was gonna say. How it says the gift destroy your heart, but what if your heart's already destroyed? What if you're already accustomed to certain negatives? You're not gonna. It's like you just said. You're not going to see the sleight of hand that somebody's trying to hit you with. You're gonna be naive because you're already accustomed. You're already inclined to take for your gain.
Yeah.
You see that? So Esau wasn't. He was smart, but when it came to matters of dealing righteously, that's where he was ignorant. That's where he was neglectful.
Done.
You know.
Kind. But go to Exodus 23:8. You know another thing about Esau too, y'all, and you read about it in Wisdom of Solomon, where they're like, let's use up all the resources now, right? Esau does not think about the future at all. So not only did Esau sell the birthright, he was like, what is this birthright gonna do to me? I'm at the point of dying when he really wasn't about to die, right? But the birthright wasn't for him. Whenever you read about the blessing that the Most High gave to Abraham, what made the blessing though? It wasn't like the Most High came down to Abraham and was like, I'm about to give you all this right now. He gave him a lot, but like, you about to just rule the whole world right now. What made the blessing with Abraham special was that he told him, your seed is going to be like the stars. Your seed is going to be on the earth forever, right? That was the blessing. So Abraham, he was going to die, and his seed was going to live on. So that wasn't something that he could like really just, the Most High gave him other things too, but like enjoy right then at that moment. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at Isaac, the same thing. When you look at Jacob, the same thing. Your seed. So when you look at Esau, he sold his birthright, and who was the birthright really gonna be for? His seed. So he gave up his seed. So like even here, and I don't want to jump in the story, but he's coming to get Jacob, right? He's coming to kill Jacob. But the gift ends up destroying the eyes, right? Why? Because he ends up taking the gift because I can get this right here, right now. It's not about nothing else matters but the right here, right now.
Before you go there, this is right on top, right on what you're saying. Go to Proverbs 17:23, and then go to
Exodus.
Proverbs 17:23. This is right on what you're saying. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 17, verse 23. A wicked man taketh a gift out of the bosom.
Yep.
Out of the bosom to pervert the ways of judgment.
Yeah, a wicked man take the gift, right, to pervert the ways of judgment.
Yep.
And that's what it is. Now, this is saying he taketh the gift out of the bosom. The wicked man is presenting the gift. We know that this is the opposite. The righteous man was given the gift to, again, this was Jacob. Moving righteously, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. He knew how to get his way out of precarious situations. And he knew that if I present this way, this type of man is going to bend to this.
Yeah.
He knew the character of Esau. So he used his own negative against him. That's all it was. He used Esau's own wickedness against him, his own negative, his own hatred, that perpetual hatred. He used that against Esau to be able to not be slaughtered by Esau. Because when you bring 400 men anywhere, that's a show of power. When you bring 400 men to meet another man, that's a show of force. That's a military show of force. So Esau had to say, okay, how do I, again, it was all about what? Preserving our posterity, preserving our children. Jacob said, how do I do that? This is how he did it. He used Esau's own negative characteristics against him. His own perverted judgment, his own wickedness, his own, what was Esau trying to make back up for? What he lost. He said it, his blessing, right? His birthright.
Yep.
Trying to make back up for that. Right? So what am I going to do? Well, by any means. Get rich or die trying. Right? So Jacob used that mentality to get by him. Yeah, go ahead.
And you know, when you look at Jacob and Esau, you can see Esau lived for the now. Esau lived for the moment. You know, but we live. Jacob, he wanted to preserve his line, the bloodline, the posterity, right? When you look at Esau, it's like right here, right now. You know, I sit here and I think about it like, okay, Jacob worked, got all these animals, right, and gave a lot of it to Esau. So what was if Esau had 400 men, didn't he have more than likely he probably had this amount of animals already too. You know, but especially being a cunning hunter, you can hunt them down and not even kill them. You can hunt them and just have them. But
And then he married the Canaanite, he married the Ishmaelite. So he made leagues with other people. So yeah, he definitely, Esau wasn't broke. He just was greedy.
can't be satisfied, man. Go to Exodus chapter 23 real quick. Go to Exodus.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 8.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt take no gift,
Uh-huh.
for the gift blinded the wise,
Uh-huh.
and perverted the words of the
You
righteous.
see that? So y'all see what gifts do. And that's what Esau tries to do today. You see that? Look, I'll give y'all $100. Go get vaccinated. Like $100?
Oh, they're doing that to the kids now, like Disney World vouchers.
Yeah.
I got one. I seen they were letting people go to this whorehouse
Nice.
and get whatever sexual pleasure they want if they get vaccinated.
What?
I heard
They
about
were
that
getting
too.
vaccinated at the whorehouse.
Did they give them the AIDS vaccine too? So COVID is all clear, but now you got AIDS and herpes
Right.
and gonorrhea.
And this dude, he was like, they interviewed him. He was like, I was going to get the vaccination anyways, but since they were offering this, I said I might as well get it here.
Roll up your sleeves and pull down your pants, huh?
Hey, that's how you know, bro. Like they never did. When's the last time you saw Esau give anything for free? Yeah,
Well, it's not for free. Well, we know it's not for free. There's an end game, but what have you seen the push for them to roll out something so hard?
Never.
Never.
The push, like, come on, man. They wasn't selling the AIDS pill this hard. You know how much AIDS medication costs? It says like if you ain't got insurance, it's like in the thousands per month.
Yeah.
Now, think about it. With so many people that have AIDS and cancer, how come they're not giving those treatments away for free? But they give away this shot for free, right? You got to pay for the shot? Do you?
I don't think so. No.
You can put, not yet. I don't think you'll ever have to pay for it because they want you to take it. And they want your 5 to 11-year-olds. Is that what it is now? So they're giving Disney World vouchers. You just got to listen to the news and they'll tell you what's going on. They got booster shot part 4 coming out.
Oh, you got countries that's saying that if you're not up to date with the boosters, then you're not vaccinated. So you still can't do like what everybody else is doing.
Nope.
Because you're not vaccinated. Like Austria.
They just lifted their. Did they just lift their ban?
Well, in Austria they did, but only for the ones that are vaccinated
Right.
with the booster shot.
Bro,
So
I'm
if you don't
trans.
have-
I'm trans-vax.
I'm trans.
I identify as a vaccinated person. I'm trans-vax.
Yeah.
That's the only time we'll
The
ever
only
be
way I'll be
trans.
trans is when it comes to this vaccine. You vaccinated? Yeah, I'm trans-vax.
What's that?
identify as a vaccinated.
Hey, we might as well. Hey, we might as well get that movement going. That movement might as well get.
That's
going.
a new Israel wear shirt. Shalabaya. That's the new Israel wear shirt. Transvax. No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Oh, that's dope.
God.
Yep.
Gonna piss a lot of people off with that one. I love it. Hey, I love it. I wear my fringes, man, and people get pissed anyway. So why not?
I wish this light would come on.
Why not? It's a little dark over there. But yeah. So yeah, read Exodus 23 and 8 one more time.
And can I say one thing about the gift? Remember, this is not saying that, like, I can't give him a gift.
Yeah.
Right? This is not saying that, or I can't take a gift, or we can't give gifts to one another. Remember, we give gifts to each other at PRM. We just random out throughout the year. Hey, brother, you need this, or I got this extra, or and it's not perverting our judgment towards how we're supposed to, or it shouldn't pervert our judgment towards how we move towards each other. He's given me many things. But I don't prefer one over the other because of the amount of things like, man, Locker Rob. He babysitted my son those times when I was gone. That was a gift. But he messed up on something, so you know what? I'm going to overlook that. Hell nah. I'm going to go in harder. Up the same way, because why? It's not about the gift. And those things shouldn't sway you. It's about upholding the righteous standard. So remember, the scriptures say, do good to the godly man.
Yeah.
Right? So that could be in the form of anything, gift, whatever you want to say. It says give to the godly, not the sinner. So don't think like, remember, there's a balance to everything. And the balance is deal with the godly, because we know what the wicked is on. They'll take the gift, say one thing, and do a whole nother. Or they'll give a gift to blind the eyes of the naive. Remember, the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduce him. What are we seduced with? Just like the class we went over on Wednesday. Everything that we went over on Wednesday, Esau wraps it up and packages it up in gift form, right? This is a gift to the nation. This is a gift to you women, right? Liberation movement and food stamps and Section 8 housing, right? Oh, we got a gift. We'll drop crack off and guns in the neighborhood. Baby, it's a gift, right? We'll just leave it in the trailer. Y'all can go in there and we'll show you how to cook it, cut it, bag it, right? Slang it. Those are gifts. But in the hands of the wrong people, right? When you got people that have no judgment, when they get these gifts, what is it going to do? It's going to cause them to look the opposite way. That's what's been going on with our people from the jump. We've taken gifts. We weren't all the way right with the Most High anyway. We take bribes and gifts, and then what? It causes us to get way off the track because we get more involved with the gift, more involved with the benefit. You see that? That's why Moses told the men that he ordained, the elders, he said men that weren't covetous, right? There's a difference between being covetous and receiving a gift. Covetous is, I see it and I want it and I have to have it and I'm going to do things to take it. But receiving a gift could be, I'll give y'all a perfect example. When I was out there with Shaquat, we were driving and I seen like a car carrier, right? I seen like a car carrier on top of the SUV and I was like, damn, those look dope. I need to get me one of those. And we start looking at them on, looking at them on Amazon. I'm like, man, I'm gonna get one of those. And at that time, I wish I had one because I had to leave some of my stuff in Rochester. I didn't have enough room. It was me, Tiano, Shaquat. So I had to leave some of my stuff so their stuff could get back to VA.
Yeah.
So I get back to Houston, and like maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, a package comes in the mail, and it has Shaquat's name on it. And I'm like, hell, you gonna write a package for Shaquat? Come all the way to my house. So I kind of just threw it in the corner, didn't think nothing of it. I'm like, I'm gonna hit him up later about it. And then like a few days later, it's like, hey, did you get the package? And I'm like, yeah, the package came for you. He's like, no, that's for you. And I was like, really? But it was just in time. Guess what he got me? He got me the car carrier. Yep. What did I use it for? But no, when we went down to San Antonio, man, that thing came in handy. Oh, for camping. I thought you said for camping. Yeah, for camping. That thing came in handy. Now, all of a sudden now is my judgment towards Shaquat different because he did that? It ain't different. It's the same. If he mess up, he gonna get told. If he do good, he gonna get told.
Yep.
If he needs something, he gonna get it. It's just, that's how it is, right? But I wasn't coveting, like, man, I gotta get that. You know what? Let's go rob the local Walmart for the carrier. Or let's run up in Academy and go steal one. It was like, man, I'll get to that when I can. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, you know what? I'm gonna hook the brother up. You see that? So that's kind of the difference where I wasn't thirsting for something. He seen that I had an interest in it, and he said, man, let me do a favor for the brother.
Yep.
And that was that. You know, so just an example.
Yeah.
It's okay to take gifts. We do it all the time. All right, so don't take this one to heart. Like the brother try to buy you lunch. You're like, nah, brother.
Gift is short to heart.
Trying to pervert my judgment. It's wicked, bro. You start going into them. Nah. Plenty of time we bought each other lunch. Plenty of time I'm like, hey, let me borrow $1. Man, I need an extra $1 for something. Oh, brother, open up his wallet, give $1. You know, and we don't keep a tally.
No.
If anything, we owe him more. We owe him more than any brother because he's always like, oh, here's $1, here's $5, here's this, here's that. No, this guy, I'll put him on the blast. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I keep a tally in my mind.
I definitely owe you.
I keep a tally in my mind, but he's not tallying it, right? And we don't keep a tally against each other. The wicked do that. Remember that time 15 years ago when I lent you 50 cents? Yeah, no, I don't remember that. Well, like, I need that because I'm going through hard times. Wow, it's 15 years ago. That's how the world rolls. So,
15 years and they collected
mad interest.
Yeah, mad interest.
0.11000000%. And niggas is calculating that.
Yep.
Brothers know how to calculate interest.
You owe me 5,000.
Quick.
Like what?
Like, how
Did
that
you
go?
say 50 cents? But yeah, we
Interest.
calculate the interest.
Interest side. But then the Bible says don't use usury. See? But that's the wicked. That's that mind of when your mind is skewed.
Yep. We can get back. Where we leave off at? Genesis 32 and 17.
The book of Genesis, chapter 32 and verse 17. And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, whose art thou, and whither goest thou, and whose are these before thee? Thou shalt say, they be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us.
Now, was Jacob Esau's servant?
Love.
Nah, but look at how they talk to him. Yeah, but these are your servants, Jacob's. Yeah, that's your servant. These are your servant Jacob's, right? And it's a present unto you, my Lord. And behold, he is also behind us. So right there, that alone, just the way they spoke to him, a soft, what does the scripture say? A soft word,
Answer. Turn away much wrath.
Turn away much wrath, right? Spit on the fire, right? Esau coming up there pissed, man, but then it's like, oh yeah, your servant has these gifts for you. Who don't want to hear that?
That's a gift in itself.
Remember, it said that Esau was comforted when he proposed to kill Jacob.
Uh-huh.
Jacob had to bring him a different comfort for the moment. He had to appease him in a different way. I mean, he was comforted one way, he had to re-comfort him. Let me comfort your mind, baby. Look, I'm here to serve you. Right, me Lord?
It's a gift.
Right? Maybe it's a gift.
Big bro.
Big bro, right? All that. Big bro.
Go to Proverbs 15:1 real quick.
Come on, big bro. You know you got it.
Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
A soft answer turneth away wrath,
Go ahead.
but grievous words stir up anger.
So imagine if they would have came in a screwed up attitude to Esau. They would have died right there. That first batch that went out, they would have died right there. But the way they came with that soft answer, scripture says to be harmless as doves, wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. So this is dope, man, because it's showing us how you are supposed to move when you run into the cops. You see what I'm saying? Not that you just literally bend over for them, but you got to see, like, the Most High blessed them with the sword. They're the ones in a position of authority. So guess what? You do have to turn the lights on in your car if it's dark, wind your windows down, put your hands on the steering wheel. You do got to do what, you know what I'm saying? The thing that's not going to get you killed. The thing that's not going to set off their anger. So they come up to you. How you doing, sir? Yes, sir. Here's my bag. Here's my ID. Here's my... Matter of fact, a police officer pulls you over. Before he even walks to the car, already have your ID. Go ahead and open your insurance because you know they're going to ask you for it. That way you don't... That way they don't come up and then you're like...
You got to reach into
No,
your glove.
see,
Can
no, what I do is I wait. I haven't been pulled over in a long time, but I usually wait and then let them know, hey, my insurance is here.
I'm reaching for it.
I'm reaching for my insurance. I remember I did that to a cop. I had just got to Texas, and I did that to the cop, and he was like, bro, why are you acting like that? I was like, no, I'm just letting you know what's going on, so you don't put one in me. He was like, oh, I ain't, bro, I ain't. It was a white dude. He was like, he kind of was like, man, I ain't moving like that. And I'm like, would you pull me over for some whack ass reason? It was
Right.
My license plate covered the license plate, and I had Colorado plates at the time. And he's like, just take off the cover, and I'm like, cool, But I'm like, hey, I'm reaching right here. It's in my ID is in here. He was like, it's all good. I'm like, I know. I'm making sure it's all good.
But the reason I say that is because I remember the Asian police officer shot some dude.
For
He
reaching.
was like, why'd you shoot me? He was like, I don't know.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, he said, I
But
don't
he
know.
was like, listen, the guy told him, I'm going to reach for my wallet. Asian dude was like, yeah, go ahead. Pah! Why'd you shoot me? Why'd you shoot me?
I remember that.
I
He said,
don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, listen, they pull you over, they take a little second before they get
But
out.
if you start ruffling through the car,
That's it.
that's when they're like, okay, what were you hiding? And then that's a whole nother story. So I like to just wait for them to get there. I don't move. Because I haven't been pulled over in a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But I usually just I always turn the car off, turn everything off, boom. When they come,
Turn the car off.
windows down, boom. Okay, boom. I'm gonna get my license. I'm gonna get my ID.
I guess it's lose then.
Hey, 'cause they can shoot
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
No matter what, the problem is this: they have the power,
Yeah.
and it's about assessing the situation, and just you just gotta say, okay, when a person is in a position of power, they want to do what? They want to execute that. They want to show that. So you let them show that. License and registration. Yes, sir. I need to get it out of my glove box. Can I get that? Yeah, go ahead. Now, if they ain't got no gun, because most cops ain't walking up with the gun drawn. Unless what? They've been trying to pull you over for 15 minutes. Unless you was doing some reckless driving. Right? Or you were just doing something crazy in the car. But for the most part, they don't walk up automatically with a gun out. You know what I mean? They walk up usually with the hand on the gun.
Yeah, they got the hand on the hip.
Hand on the hip, ready to, you know what I'm saying, do a Wild Wild West on you. But I think if you react, if it's about being reactionary in that situation. I like to react in those situations and let them feel like they're giving me commands, which they're really not. I already know I'm gonna have to get my license and registration. I already know I'm gonna have to listen to this monkey tell me why he pulled me over. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's. I've been pulled over twice in Texas and they let me go.
Yeah.
And one of the times my license was suspended. Or not suspended, it expired. Out of state license expired. He was like, hey, you know why I pulled you over? I was like, nah. He was like, your tail lights out. I was like, really? He was like, that's why I pulled you over, to let you know. I'm like, cool. License and registration. Gave him everything. He looked, he was like, okay. I was like, look, I got one in the glove box. Can I change it? He said, yeah. I hopped out. You see, you know how easy it is. You go in the trunk, turn it, boom, boom, boom. Gone. Right there in front of him. He was good. So I like to be reactionary in those situations.
I was gonna
To
say
give them
too,
that control.
I was gonna say too, another thing that I've experienced with them, like, if you get pulled over with a ticket, is when you do talk to them a certain kind of way, sometimes you do get out the ticket.
Yes, sir. No,
Or
sir.
there is times when it's like, yeah, you were supposed to get charged. I remember I got pulled, when I was going to Virginia, I got pulled over for going 20 miles, over 20 miles in a residential, but it wasn't residential, but it was residential. But I got pulled over. You know that little, you know when you're like an hour or 2 out, or 2 hours out?
Oh, damn.
That one road that's like
Oh,
50 miles.
when it drops down to 30.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he got me, and I was like, and he got how to rock too in that same road. So, but anyways, I was going over 20. When he pulled me over, I was real nice. You know what I'm saying? Windows down, it was dark, lights on, car off. Yes, sir, whatever. It was like, yeah, you were going over 20 in a residential. That's a really bad ticket. I forgot what he said. Where I would have had to show up for court.
Yeah.
But what he ended up doing was he lowered the speed limit down to 19.
Ooh, so it was right under.
So it was like literally right under. So I didn't get hit for the over 20 in a residential.
But you still have to pay a fine.
I still had to pay the fine, but
Yeah.
it would have been worse if it was the over the 20. But the way I dealt,
Where were you at? Like close to Virginia?
I was like an hour. I was like, man, I'm 45 minutes away.
From
I was like,
Virginia?
look, yeah.
Oh.
This when I was going. This when I was heading
Yeah.
in the Camry. And he was like, I was like, look, I'm coming from Texas. You see my plates. I'm 45 minutes out. I'm just trying to get there, man.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I got pulled over 3 times in Texas since I've been here, and they were all my fault. The first time I ran a stop sign. Listen, it was me and Zion in the car. Listen, this was we was coming from something in San Antonio, the summit.
Yeah.
When we had it in San Antonio, me and Zion left.
I remember that. Y'all
Yeah,
had to move.
and Zion had the Zion in the car, right? And I ran the stop sign. He came out of nowhere. He was like, you know, you ran the stop sign. I was like, I didn't see it. It was super dark. It's one of those like, you know, when you're on the expressway feeders way out. And man, I blew past that stop sign. I didn't see it. He was there. He pulled me. He ran everything. And he was like, where y'all coming from? We're like a Bible conference. He was like, really? I was like, yeah. He's like, where at? San Antonio. You know, we talked to him. And he was like, man, look, just be careful. And then he, boom, gone. It's how you talk.
Yeah.
It's how you talk to him, and you know, you're not appearing nervous and hostile. You're composing yourself. These are all the things that Jacob was doing, but he was doing it smart. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't sending his whole band out there to make it look like something. Even breaking up his servants, his children, his wives, it made it look less imposing.
Yeah.
You see that? When you got a multitude of people coming towards you, what is it going to look like off the top? You're not making out women. You said what? Yeah, you rolling deep. You're not making out women and children. You're just seeing people. But if you break it up, like what Jacob did, it made it look less imposing. It made it look less threatening. And then as they approach, damn, you got old people with them. Damn, you got kids with them. Oh, snap, you got cattle. Okay, they ain't coming for war. Cattle don't go to war. You see that? That was it too. Cattle doesn't mean war. Cattle means, listen, we just trying to travel through. So, Jacob was he learned a lot. He learned a lot from when he left to being with Laban those 20 years. He learned a lot about just treacherous men. Remember we went through Laban's whole treachery?
Yep.
He learned a lot from dealing with unrighteous men. You see that? And what did he do? He used those experiences. He didn't get naive. He didn't get big-headed. So,
And I like what you said too about like him learning a lot. We can go back to the reading. But I like what you said too about him learning a lot. Why? Because, you know, that was a humbling position that Jacob was in, right? Low estate, you away from your family, you working with this man that's changing your wages. You know what I'm saying? And it's a humbling experience, and it is a low estate, but it's supposed to remind us too, like when the Most High has you in a humbling position or a low estate, you're not there because the Most High, I'm gonna just whoop your butt. I don't like you, so I'm gonna keep you here. You're there because there's things for you to learn. You see what I'm saying? And
the longer it takes for you to learn, the longer you're in that position.
exactly. And you're supposed to learn certain qualities and certain things because it's gonna end up coming back up where you're gonna have to use those same things that you learned.
Yeah.
So the messed up thing is when you are in the lowest state or the humbling position and you don't learn nothing, and it drags out because you didn't learn anything. And then when the time comes, when Yahweh Shai demands that fruit of what you did learn, you didn't learn nothing. So it's like, Can't no blessing happen. Can't no growth happen. You know, we're the ones that mess our own selves up.
Man, that's how you know the wisdom of the Bible is the supreme wisdom, because
Yeah.
you know, you look at all these rappers. The last cat, Young Dolph, he got killed, right? But if you look at all the men before him that got killed, kind of in the same manner, right? You had the Nipsey Hussles, got the Duck, you got the King Vons, Mo 3. You got these guys that got killed in the same manner, not understanding. Wait a minute. Once you get to a certain level or a certain position, or if you have a certain amount of money, you can't put yourself in certain positions because the streets will dog you out. The streets will eat you. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. For all the 10 people that love you, there's one nigga that hates you. And that one nigga will make more of an effect on your life than the 10 people that love you. Because when those 10 people ain't around, what happens? You get these situations, but what does the scriptures talk about your enemy? It don't tell you to be up in your enemy's ass. It tells you to be away from your enemies, right? Be out of those situations. And we learn that from the scriptures, right? Don't be up under your enemy. Give him distance, you take your distance. But the world teaches keep your enemies close, right? Keep your loved ones close, but keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. How does that make any sense? The scriptures say don't keep your enemy close, because when he sees an opportunity, he'll overtake you. He'll seek to overtake you. He'll be your demise. But it just shows you that, because why I bring that up is I was watching one of these little rap hip hop shows, and it's funny, they were saying, man, we were just talking about who was going to be the next rapper to die. And I'm like, why is that even a conversation? Well, because we're not learning. We're not learning from the mistakes of the Tupacs, the Biggies. Listen, Tupac and Biggie, come on. They were the catalyst for what's going on now, if y'all don't realize it. They're the catalyst. Pac was the catalyst. Biggie was the catalyst for what's going on now, where now it's okay for rappers to kill each other, or for the streets to intermingle with the music. You had Tupac, you had Biggie, you had Grandmaster Jay, right? Those were the 3 rappers that were killed at that time in that fashion. And then now you see it more frequent. Now you see it more prevalent. Like, for instance, if I had to predict another rapper to get shot in his mouth, it's probably gonna be Soulja Boy, because that nigga is reckless. He just gets on the internet and just talks crazy. Even now, with Dolph getting shot and killed, he's going in. And it's like, okay, bro, you gonna be unprotected. Unless you gonna bolt yourself in the house, you gotta go places. They kicked him off the tour in Memphis, the Scream Out Loud tour or whatever it was. But he's mad about that. And it's like, they trying to protect your life. Because you go to Memphis, and when you was talking 2 weeks ago, somebody's gonna try to snipe you. But see, they're not learning from the mistakes. But that's why the scriptures say what? It's like we talk about it every week. Seek the old path. The things written before time, written for your learning. Look at the elders of old. Look at how they moved. Look at how they did things and correlate it with now. And how are you moving? There's going to be a lot of more rappers killed.
There is going to be a lot more rappers killed, because, you know, these new age rappers, man, there's so much pride that's involved, and the way that they look, the way that they appear to people, that's all they care about. So, like, say for instance, like you in your community or something, and you don't have no security, you're considered to be a real nigga, right? But if you're in your community, you got a whole bunch of security, they gonna be like, yeah, man, you scary, you fake, you got all these securities with you. Of course I got security with me.
or if you move out.
Yeah. Like, they said that with Tekashi. You know, Tekashi will run his mouth, but they was like, Tekashi, you got all the security guard with you though. And he's like, yeah, because if I don't, y'all gonna kill me. But it's bro, it shows you it. I like it, but I don't like it. But it shows you the supreme ignorance of our people. It just shows you, man, the supreme ignorance. And with what we're reading now, it shows you how we moved back then. The wisdom that we moved back then, when we knew that somebody was trying to kill us. But now it's like, oh yeah, you trying to kill me? Go ahead, do it. I dare you. I'm gonna be right here this time
You pull up in their projects,
Come on.
like, and then
Come do it.
go IG live talking about my ops pull up. The one dude did that. They start busting at him. He went to like the P something projects. I forget. He got on IG live like, yeah, I'm right here. And all you hear is bah 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 bah. He start taking off running. I was like, nigga, you about that life? You about that life?
And then when the shots start firing, it's like everybody's gonna run. Everybody gets scared. You know what I'm saying?
That nigga ran,
I've
bro.
seen,
Yeah,
I've seen this video that they was doing a joke with like the Planet of the Apes. When Caesar was talking to old boy, he whispered in his ear, and he was like, hey, I'm just telling you, the niggas that you said was scared to come outside, they outside. You on your own.
Yeah, bro. But that's what they on. Like, a lot of these rappers, they on that. I'm in your spot. I'm in your hood. I'm gonna stand at this park for an hour. The one dude did it. I don't know their names. He stood at some park right across the street from the projects that he beefing with. He just stood out there, but he had two big ass 45s on him, and then the whole time he on IG live, but then he's checking every car that's rolling by. He pull out like, and I'm like, what does that prove? What does it prove? Because they gonna catch you when you coming out the cookie spot, not when you standing there in the park ready. They gonna catch you when you with your kids and you pull up somewhere. Like, think about that life when you can't go nowhere with your kids. Does that make sense? But look, Jacob knew. He was like, I gotta protect my children.
And you can't go nowhere with your kids, not because you fear paparazzi, but because
You fear a bullet sliding through that bulletproof armor. Something random. You can't take your wife nowhere. You can't take your kids nowhere. What's the point? You got
can't
them all them
sleep.
properties. You got them all that money, but then now they can't do nothing with it.
you can't sleep. You gotta sleep with a gun. You can't take a crap in peace. You gotta have a gun. Like, hey,
That's bondage.
that's heavy bondage.
Yeah, bro. That's our people, though. They don't learn from their mistakes. Jacob was understanding what was going on. And he was like, look, let me make sure that there's no mistake made to even learn from. Let me just appease this man and push through.
Yep. As we gonna read. Let's jump back. Genesis chapter 33 and verse.
Okay, Genesis chapter 32 and verse 19. And so commanded he the second and the third and all that followed the droves, saying, on this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when ye find him. And say ye, moreover, behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me.
I will appease him. You see that? Go ahead.
And afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me.
God.
And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob,
Read.
but Israel.
Right? The supplanter, right? You're not going to live that life. You ain't living that life of crime no more. You live in that life of power, right? But where did Jacob's power come from? The Most High in Christ. Yahweh, right? The supplanter. Yes, he did things through the Most High, right? But it was when you look at the parallels of it, right? and I'm not, and I want to be careful with my words. I don't want y'all to think that I'm saying that Jacob took things upon himself, because everything he did was through the order of the Most High, right? When he got the birthright, when he did the thing with the sheep, when he took his kids and his wife, everything he did was through the order of the Most High, right? But again, learning lessons, putting off that old man, being renewed in Christ, right?
Right.
This was Jacob. He was renewed. He was a new man. When he sat there and wrestled with that angel, when he wrestled himself, when he wrestled that mind, and think about it, what was he showing? He was showing his strength, right? He was showing that by any means I'm going to prevail this situation.
Yeah.
I'm going to prevail. I'm not going to let myself take me out the game, right? Whether it be angel, principality, who shall separate us from the love of Christ, right? So what did he do? He showed that. And what was he given? Well, he was given this new lease on life, this new identity, this new name.
Yeah.
You're no longer the supplanter going and just uprooting things. You're the prince that has power, right? You're the prince with power.
Yeah.
So, that's what we're all, think about it. When you wonder why we take off these Jake names and get Hebrew names. Well, here it is. This is one of the reasons.
Yeah, that's what it's funny. That's what I was going to go into too.
But he had a Hebrew name, right? Yaquab. He had a Hebrew name, but he needed a name that was more fitting for the situation,
Yeah.
more fitting for his spirit. He showed what he really was as he came of age. He showed what his spirit really was about, and that's what the name befitting.
Yeah.
But-
Even in the story that we're reading, from 24 down to like 28, right? Like, if y'all are paying attention to it, it's a really dope story. And I always tell this to brothers and sisters, man, like,
Bro,
Jacob is sitting there wrestling this angel, right? And it doesn't say if Jacob is winning. It doesn't say if he's losing.
Right.
It just says that he's wrestling the angel, right? And
So get a piece of paper and draw.
he's wrestling the angel through injury, right?
You need to be next.
And he's not giving up. So the angel's like, let go of me. He's like, no, I'm not gonna let go of you until you bless me, right? And what is the blessing that the angel gave to Jacob? Well, you've earned your name. You see what I'm saying? So when you correlate it to us today in these times in the truth, we all wrestle stuff. You see what I'm saying? We all wrestling against, like, we're wrestling against the powers, right?
and
Like the
yourself.
scripture says.
Ecclesiasticus too.
And yourself, right? So when you look at it, it's like you're in this fight. There's times when you do get injured in the fight. I'm not talking about physically. You might suffer a loss or two. You might suffer a sacrifice or two, something that you willingly, you had to give up. Like, you look at it like, man, I gotta give this up for me to make it to the next level, right? But throughout this fight, you gotta see that this is how you earn your name. This is how you earn your name in Israel, not for the brothers and sisters that you're around, but for the Most High. That's how you make a name for yourself with the Most High. Why? Because the Most High is the one that has you in the predicament in the first place. The Most High wants to see how well are you going to go through this? How well are you going to fight? Everything all the things that you get from the Most High, man, yeah, some are gifts, but some of them you got to earn. Some of them you got to show that, yeah, I deserve this. You see what I'm saying? So I love this story right here. Why? Because, we all come into the truth, and we all do have to wrestle. We have to wrestle that old man. You know what I'm saying? We got to wrestle with ourselves. But in wrestling, there's times when you're gonna be getting your butt whooped mentally. Sometimes physically, you're gonna be getting your butt whooped, man. And then the injury's gonna happen. Like, I'm already like wrestling an angel as a human. How am I supposed to win this, right? But what Jacob showed you is that he didn't give up. Angel's like, okay, I'm not gonna win this here. I mean, not that I'm not gonna win, but we're not getting anywhere here. So let go of me. Jacob's like, no, I'm not gonna let go of you. That's how we have to look at this, certain situations that we go through in the truth. It's like, I know I'm wrestling. I know I'm fighting for a good cause, for a great cause. I may not be winning. I may not understand I may be getting my butt kicked, but I'm not gonna let go though. I'm gonna keep fighting. I'm not gonna let go because it's on you. Whether you're winning, whether you're losing, if you let go, then you lose out. You know what I'm saying? We always say it, like, you can't get mad at a brother or a sister if they're still here in the seats.
Yeah.
Why? Because they might be getting their butts whooped, but at least they're still here. They haven't let go of the fight. They haven't given up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And guess what, y'all? Eventually the angel is like, okay, you're not letting up. You're not giving up. Whether you're winning, whether you're losing, eventually the angel's like, you're not giving up. Let me give you a blessing. You see what I'm saying? You earn a name. So
Go to Ephesians 6 and 12.
Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
For we wrestle not
See that? We wrestle not. Go ahead.
against flesh and blood,
Right?
but against principalities.
Right. So think about it. Are we not flesh and blood? And is it not the things that befall us? Carnalities?
Come.
What happens? Car breakdown, can't pay a bill, death in the family, sickness, right? They all manifest in us carnally, right? For us to be able to understand this is what's going on. But there's a spiritual, it's all spiritual. It's all spiritual. You have to put your mind, see, remember, we've gotten so far from, again, we talk about it a lot, how far we've gotten away from the Most High, where Jacob is wrestling an angel, and guess what? We wrestle angels too. They just come in a form of carnal things because we're so carnal. The Most High, that's the only way the Most High can get through to us, is for the carnal things around us to be broken down. But then he comes back in Ephesians and reminds us. Read it one more time.
Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 12.
Right?
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Right, he had to come back and remind us that we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. Right? It's not about the carnal outlook of things or the carnal appearance or how it manifests itself. Go ahead.
But against principalities.
But against what?
Principalities.
Go ahead.
Against powers.
Read.
Against the rulers.
See, against powers. Right? Powers. Angels. Gods. Elohim. Right? Elohim. Right? You wrestle against these things, but they have to manifest carnally for us to see it. We're carnal. Are you not carnal? And speak to you as babes? Like, right. He said, I wish I could speak to you. Right? But he got to deal with us carnally. Things manifest carnally. When you go through Ecclesiasticus 2, here goes another level of Jacob in Ecclesiasticus 2. When you look at Ecclesiasticus, the second chapter, prepare your soul for temptation. What's tempting you? What's tempting you? Well, your temptation is being manifest physically, but it's a spiritual power. It's a principality. Read on.
Against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
Go ahead.
Against spiritual wickedness.
Yeah, these are what our temptations are. The spiritual wickedness, the darkness of this world manifests physically for us. So what do you wrestle? We wrestle daily, right? Or we're supposed to be. He said, I die daily. Now, well, we know that old man is being killed. He's losing the fight. That new man, because what are you wrestling?
Your thoughts.
The old man versus the new man.
Yep.
What was Jacob wrestling? His old man versus new man. It's the same thing. Like, we do the same. We're like mini Jacobs. And every day when you wake up and you have to make a decision, do I continue this fight or do I give in? You wrestle. And some of us are like, you ever thumb wrestle and it's like, how does it, when you thumb wrestle? 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare thumb war. Some of us is like, and you just there for like the whole day. And some of us are like, gotcha. Your old man is getting pinned real quick. Gotcha. You ever play that person and they just thumb wrestle you and get you? Wait, you like, damn, your thumbs are too long. Right? You know, some people are better wrestlers than others. Some people wake up and they know that, okay, this ain't even a fight no more. The old man can't pop up. Some of us have to fight a little bit, win. Some of us fight a little bit. You might lose a battle. You might get, they might get you 1 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't win every battle. You can't win every war. The whole point is to win the war, but the little small battles within the war. Ecclesiasticus 2. Jacob got hit a few times in Ecclesiasticus 2. When he was told to go to Laban, he didn't have to go. He could have been like, well, I want to stay with y'all. Right? Prepare your soul for temptation. He don't know what was going to befall him on that trip. He went. Then now dealing with Laban. He could have left early. He could have left without Rachel. He could have left without Leah. He could have left them behind. He could have got tempted to say, you know what? Forget them. Let me go do my thing. There's levels to what Jacob was dealing with. And we're seeing like this wrestling. It's the culmination of like his whole 20, 30, 40. I mean, at this time, how old is he? Spent 20 with Laban.
37?
Nah, he's older than that because he spent 20 with Laban. Is he? No, they were in their.
What age was he when he left?
I think they were like in their I think he was in his 40s.
When they first left Isaac and Rebecca?
Yeah, I think he was in his.
Oh, damn.
I think he was in his 40s.
Oh, wow, okay.
Or 30s. But the point is,
I'm thinking
it's a grown man,
Yeah.
at least in his 50s.
Yeah.
And he gets to this height of this wrestling, and he's like, nah, I know what I got to do. I know what needs to be done. I know what the Most High said. I just have to keep going through with my end of the bargain. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Should it be power? Should it be rulers? Should it be this? Should it be that? Should it be famine? Should it be the sword? That was what Jacob was on. Like, wait a minute, what's going to separate me from what the Most High is telling me I need to be doing to get this blessing?
Yeah.
And that's what he was wrestling with. Like how we wrestle daily.
You know what's cool about wrestling? What's cool about wrestling is this, man. Even if you watch like the fake wrestling, WWF, right? For you to lose in wrestling, you have to stay down. So can I get a scripture real quick?
3 seconds. Yeah, get it.
Somebody go to Proverbs 24 and verse 16. Go to Proverbs 24 and 16. For you to lose in the fake wrestling, you got to stay down for 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So you got beat to the point where it's like, I'm going to stay down. You know, I remember wrestling in high school for football. And when we used to wrestle, you could be losing or you could be winning. But whenever we wrestled, you lost if they could have both of your shoulders down for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That was hard. That was very hard to do, man, to
Yeah.
pin somebody down for 3 seconds, because you can always get your shoulder up a little bit.
Wiggle a little bit.
A lot of the
Wiggle.
times, yeah, wiggle. A lot of the times, whenever we wrestled in high school, the time just ran out. And nobody really won, but somebody kind of like dominated throughout, right? But nobody like ever really just lost. You lost in those wrestling matches when you gave up. Because it wasn't no circle where you got pushed out the circle, because we were the circle. So you lost in that match during high school when you gave up. When you just didn't want to get up. Right. You was like, you know what, I'm tired. You won, bro. You too big. And really, usually what happens is the other person's bigger than you, or they're stronger than you, and in the midst of the wrestling, you're like, oh crap, I can't get him. He has a good position. He's strong. I'm not going to be able to. What's the point? That's usually what happens. And you're like, all right, bro, you won. And that's how you'll give up. But like, even though the person's bigger and stronger than you, you can always kind of wiggle your way so that you're not down for 3 seconds. And that's, if y'all are paying attention, that's how it is. So read this Proverbs 24 and 16 real quick.
Proverbs chapter 24, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
For a just man falleth 7 times.
So we fall a complete number of times. And I don't want y'all to think like you're falling because you slipped on a banana peel. Somebody didn't put the wet floor sign up. It's not that. What it is you're wrestling like we're going over.
Right.
You're wrestling that old man. You're wrestling against these principalities. and you'll fall. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is that if you stay down, that's when you're screwed. When the old man gets the upper hand, when he beats you a little bit, when you slipped, if you stay down, that's when you're screwed. Because you just let him win. You let him overtake you. But the righteous is supposed to get back up. The righteous is supposed to keep fighting. You know what I'm saying? No matter how many times the fall happens. But there's a key thing about whenever you fall. You're supposed to fall, and you're supposed to at least make adjustments. You're supposed to at least see, why did I fall? What's happened? Like, you don't just fall and you stay down, woe is me. Nah, it's supposed to be like, okay, you got me right here. I fell right here.
Right.
What happened that made me fall? So that I can make the adjustments so that I don't fall like this again. You see what I'm saying?
Because you will be brought back to that place.
Yep. Go ahead.
And riseth up again.
Yeah, man. The righteous, you're going to fall and you're going to rise back up. And when you rise back up with a plan, with a method, with an adjustment, so that you don't fall again. Go ahead.
But the wicked shall fall into mischief.
But yeah, but when you fall and you don't rise back up, what makes you become wicked is when you just condemn yourself. I'm not good enough. I can't do it. It's too strong. It's stronger than me.
It's impossible.
You know, like Esau had said, I know, Cain, this is too much for me to bear. Why did you do what you did? If you knew it was too much to bear, you know? So, yeah, man. Let's jump back.
The book of Genesis, chapter 32 and verse 28. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
Yep. Peniel, or I think it's Panya Allah in Hebrew.
Panya.
Panya.
Panya's face.
Face, right.
Yeah. So Panya Allah, God's face.
He was 40 years old.
40 years old when what?
Jacob, when he went to
Laban.
Laban.
Right, so then he's 60. Yeah, so he's a 60-year-old man. Yeah.
You know, another dope thing about the scriptures, man, in America, in these times that we live in, when you start hitting a certain age, you start looking like, oh man, I'm in the twilight.
Yep.
In the scriptures, I was like when you was ripe.
Yep.
You know?
Grown man strength.
Yeah. Different time, man. Go ahead.
And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose up upon him, and he halted upon his thighs. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew with strength, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank.
Man, so you know it's cold too? Not only was Jacob gonna meet Esau, but now he gotta meet him injured.
Yeah. Oh.
Now you gotta meet him with the hollow of his thigh messed up.
So, yeah, don't get it twisted. He was definitely fighting an angel, but we were giving you different dynamic that it was. Yeah, he was fighting an angel, but he was also fighting himself.
Yeah.
The mental, the physical. You see that? Because when he asks, think about it, when you ask any angel what their name is, what do they always answer?
Don't worry about
Basically,
it.
don't worry about that. Right? Don't worry about that.
Yep.
So that's why he had power with God and men and had prevailed. So, yeah, don't think that wasn't happening, because he was having a conversation not with him. He didn't name himself. He didn't bless himself. You see that? So that's very important. He physically was injured in the situation.
They write it out like that because in anybody, anything that you're ever dealing with, it's not the outside, it's what you dealing with on the inside. It's never the outside. It's always you, what's happening on the inside.
Yep.
And then like how the same example, how like Rob gave the example of wrestling. You know, you have to give up in your mind first before you get pinned. You have to physically or mentally give up before you're allowed to be taken out.
Yeah, it's like we watched the fight the other day. It was who did we watch the other day? Canelo and Branch. What's his name? Tree.
Prance or Prance? Yes,
Branch.
it was something like that.
But you know, when you watch that fight, Canelo didn't start beating him until the old dude gave up. Like he knocked him down. I looked at that fight. I'm like, that fight should have went the distance. But then you can see, oh boy, he gave up. And then Canelo took the opportunity to just knock him down. But he took 2 hits and then he just dropped his hands and you could see his spirit towards the fight was just, I give up.
Yeah.
I'm here, but I'm not here. I give up. But then now when you look at the last Wilder fight with Fury, he didn't give up. That nigga fought all the way through. He just couldn't take his physical body couldn't take those shots.
Yeah.
But he was there. He was like, no, I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna fight until I can't fight.
Yeah.
That's the one thing when I do watch boxing, you can see a man's countenance fall, and you can see the spirit leave him.
You know what's
That
funny?
spirit of fight, that fighting spirit, it'll leave a man.
I was telling you about Amir Khan versus Crawford.
Crawford, yeah.
And when Crawford knocked him down in the first, Amir Khan was happy. And then Crawford caught him in the first round, knocked him down.
Dropped him.
When he knocked him down, Amir Khan just got up and he was like,
Yeah, he's like, damn.
after every round, he was like,
Shook his head. He lost his
he shook
confidence.
his head. So like when he got hit with the low blow in the 7th round, he was like, I'm done.
I'm done, yeah. He gave up.
He just gave up right there. It was like it took the 5 minutes, got yourself back together and get back in the fight. But his spirit was broke after that first knockdown.
And that's why it's so important. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal but mighty to the pulling down the strongholds. It's not physical. Why? Because if you give up mentally, it doesn't matter how strong physically you are. That's the point. Because anybody can do it. Go watch the 3 fights between Tyson Fury and Wilder. That second fight, Fury or Wilder gave up.
Yeah.
He mentally was like, I'm done. I'm out of here. And his body couldn't care. He was getting destroyed. But you could see the spirit left him, like the fight. But that's what happens with us when you go through your fight. When we look at some of y'all sometimes, we're like, oh, okay, she on her last leg. He's on his last leg because
Wally.
we can see the spirit of fight is no longer in you. Or it's dwindling. Right? You're physically here, so what? And you come in with the strongest salute ever, right? The most meek salute, humble salute, right? But then what happens? If you don't get your spirit on intact, what'll happen is the spirits will pull you out. They'll start to pull you. That's why, what is it, Romans? I've been quoting it. Romans 8:35, who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, peril, or sword? All those things are spirits that manifest physically for us. As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. How? Are we physically killed daily? No. Spiritually. Spiritually we go through that slaughter. Right? Remember he said we bear about in the body the death of Christ? Right? But are we physically bearing that about? Like physically, like they see us dripping blood and our hands got holes in them and our feet got holes and we got a crown of thorns and crying blood? No, it's spiritually that's what's going on with us, but outwardly that's not supposed to show, right? We know spiritually what's going on, but we're supposed to be using the wisdom to override the negative part of that. The negative to that where I'm literally dying and I can't keep pushing. Y'all get what I'm saying? So you gotta see, man. You gotta. It's a examine yourself whether you be in the faith. Faith is a spiritual attribute. Why does it say examine yourself? Does it say examine yourself whether you be in the garment? The garments are carnal. Examine yourself whether you sitting in class. Examine yourself whether you show up at home. Whether you cook dinner. Examine yourself whether you teach class. No, it's telling you examine yourself to see if you're keeping that spirit. If your spirit is aligned with the spirit. Because you can do things and not be aligned spiritually. You can cook all the meals, you can do all the salutes, you can wear every garment, you can wear a garment every single day, you can have a fringe on top of a fringe. Beard on top of a beard. You got a beard growing inside your beard. Head wrap on top of head wrap. Yeah, like the springs within the springs, you can have a beard in a beard. That doesn't matter. Examine yourself whether you be in the faith. Where is my faith towards the things that I have to be doing? Y'all get that? So these are the things that we got to be looking at. Is the first thing to die is the spirit. The body will follow. But the body will start to follow. Think about it. When you tell a person that they got cancer, they've been having cancer for 5 years and didn't know it. Then as soon as they get the diagnosis, they die 6 months later.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Because they stopped living, their spirit stopped living. Then the body just follows. But the whole 5 years, man, they was traveling the world, they was doing this, they was doing that. Yep. I remember watching an episode of House, and they pulled old dude in for a cancer diagnosis, and they were like, man, you got cancer, you only got 6 months to live. This nigga sold his house. It was funny. He sold his house. He did all these crazy things, right? He just went and lived life. Then they pull him back in 6 months later, like, oh, we misdiagnosed you. And what did he do? He went home and killed himself.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, he went home and killed himself because he's like, man, I lived this life. I gave up all these things. Now I got to go back to this boring ass life. His spirit was more alive with the things that he was doing. But on the reverse end, just think about it. A lot of people get diagnosed with ailments that they've had for years, and they'll never know. You'd never know physically that they had it. Yeah. Because they're not letting their spirit, they're not letting that physical disease overtake their spirit. But once they learn, what happens? The flesh is weak. The spirit is willing, right? It's the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. But what happens is if the spirit gets weak, the flesh is going to overtake that.
Yep. So, a wounded soul who can bear?
Huh?
Scripture says a wounded soul who can bear?
A wounded soul who can bear, yeah. It says a man's spirit will sustain his infirmities, but a wounded soul who can bear. But when your soul is wounded, it's in Proverbs. When your spirit is wounded, you can't heal yourself in any way, physically or anything like that. But a man who has a good spirit, a man whose spirit is like what I always tell people when they're sick, make sure you're in good spirits. Why? Because as soon as your spirit tanks, guess what's following? Death. Everything else is going to follow. So we got to remember, it's no different being in here. If your spirit starts to tank, then guess what? Your body is going to follow. You're going to be right out that door, right back in those elements. So got to be very aware of that we're not doing things on autopilot and doing things for the moment, but really examining ourselves, whether we be in the spirit, whether we be in the faith. You found it?
I'm wording it wrong. So.
Nah, you're not. You're actually wording it right. It's
Proverbs 18:14. A wounded spirit.
Yep. Yeah, the spirit of a man will sustain his infirmities. But what spirit? Well, a man whose spirits are high. You'll be able to get through your infirmities. You'll be able to get through like Jacob.
Right, that's so true.
Like Jacob. How was he able to withstand his hip being pulled out of joint? Well, he was in high spirits. right? But if he had a wounded soul, he wouldn't have been able to bear it. He would have been like, oh, damn, you going to add this to me? I'm already wounded in the soul, and you're going to hurt my flesh? I can't help myself out of this condition. You see that? So it's always important to be in high spirits, or just spiritually inclined to the Spirit. Not necessarily high spirits, but just understanding, man, what's going on around me? What's my spirit like? What are the spirits around me? What are the people around me? You see that?
And you know what's cool about just even this situation with Jacob. You know, and this is something for all of us to look at is, yes, every man shall seek his own soul salvation, but imagine if Jacob would have just, his spirit wasn't up in the situation that he's in. Or imagine if he would have gave up, or if he would have lost faith, or if he would have just, man, I don't know how we gonna do this. And everybody, all of his kids, his wives, his servants, they would have all been like, oh crap.
Yeah, because your bleed's over.
Exactly.
Right.
Everybody there was looking at him for strength. So he loses that strength and he starts showing weakness, then everybody else is gonna automatically get weak too.
You can see that in your own household too.
Huh?
Also, say you can also see that in your own household too. If the man gets weak, everybody else in the whole household gets weak also.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
When it said that he halted upon his thigh, it was talking about the way Jacob was walking.
Yeah.
He was limping.
Yeah. Halt means
He halted. He kind of was like, let me.
yeah, he was limping.
He was limping.
The definition of halt is to stop and walk and to hold.
Yeah.
To limp.
To limp.
To stop with lameness, to hesitate. So
Yeah, he hesitated to walk on that leg. He limped.
Yes,
So-
it says having a manner of walking that is impaired by a limp.
Yeah. So he was physically hurt. He was physically hurt by what was going on. Like this was a physical. Think about it. I just want y'all to think about this. Can I use you as an example real quick?
Sure.
So I remember when he first got into the truth, and first coming in, I don't care who you are, Ecclesiasticus 2 is going to be written all over your back, all over your chest, right? That's going to be on your forehead. That's in your hands. Ecclesiasticus 2, and the temptation is, well, I got to knock down all these misconceptions in my head to continue to get past my first 6 months, right? Once you sit here for a few classes and then you're 6 months in, it's, okay, well, this is popping up, this is popping up, this is popping up,
Oh, come on.
right? So he's getting all these, I'm using him but I could use all of us. But I remember his situation the more of a lot of brothers. But he came in, he's doing his thing. And I'm sure there was questions in his mind like, do I belong here? Right? But then what happened? How far was it into when your pops passed?
I was like
Maybe
like
a year?
No, it wasn't a year.
Not even a year yet.
It
Oh
was
yeah,
like
you
five
were
or
brand
six-
new.
It was like 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months in, his pops passed away. That was his hip being tossed out of joint. Because wait a minute, I'm dealing with all these things over here, then you're going to hit me in the hip? Think about it. When we up here wrestling, I'm worried about up here. I'm not trying to guard down here. Right? Because we're wrestling. We're not street fighting. We're not kickboxing. And then you do something and hit me down below, right? Whoa, wait a minute. I wasn't ready for that. That could have been you know what? I give up. But his hip got hit, and what did he have to do? He had to keep holding on. I keep holding on. He had to hold on and now be at a disadvantage. But not really. Who else had a thorn in their side? Paul. And what did he say? He said, my grace is sufficient, right? He said, when I am made weak, he said, in my weakness I'm made strong. Because now, what was Jacob's power coming from? It wasn't himself. He couldn't supplant an angel. Y'all see this? So I'm dealing with two things here. I'm dealing with how we go through a battle and how there's always going to be a set of issues. And then there's going to be this unforeseen thing that comes, and it's like your hip being thrown out of joint. And you got to walk, like, what do they say? Walk it off. You better hold on to the little bit of faith you got, the little bit of belief you have. Remember, he said he'll make all things abound He said he maketh all good things abound to him. I'm just quoting it. It's in Corinthians. I want to quote this one right. Right? He said he make all good things. So he made, right. 2 Corinthians 9 and 8. The Most High is able to make all grace abound towards you, that ye have always having all sufficiency in all good things may abound to all good works. So what did Jacob have here? The grace. Remember he said that to Paul? He said, my grace is sufficient. Jacob had to roll in grace. Y'all see this? We have to roll with the grace of the Most High that, wait a minute, okay, he's putting me through these things. He's putting me through death. He's putting me through loss. He's putting me through all these things, but I got to just be happy that he's giving me enough grace to still be here. That's the point. It ain't about what you're losing. It's about that I'm still here. Y'all get this? I'm still here to fight through the loss, fight through the gain, fight through everything. Just like Jacob. What's that?
I have this thought process when I'm going through a lot of stuff. Then I sit back and I think, you're okay. Everything around you is actually okay. You're doing fine. So that's what I think. That's what personally.
But that's how you're supposed to think. Think about it. Jacob could not. There was nothing that Jacob could do to get around this angel.
Right.
There was nothing. There was no sheep he could doctor up and breed. There was no birthright that he could sell. He couldn't. Oh, you want this red pot? Just let me go. He couldn't do any of that, right? What did he have to just do? He had to use the little bit of grip he had. Couldn't use your legs because they're gone. Your hip is. Anybody ever had a hip problem? Hip flexor? Anybody ever hurt their upper half and where you're like, wait a minute, I can't put pressure on one leg, bro? Or your sciatic nerve? Right, I said sciatica nerve. That's the medicine. Sciatic, right? That nerve that it goes. Oh, is it? That's the condition of sciatica.
Yeah.
But it goes all the way down into your hamstring, right?
Oh, God.
Come on, man. I've felt that a little. I've been feeling that a little bit lately. But imagine having your hip just knocked out of place, boom. Or that blow that you weren't expecting. But you still have to carry all the other burdens. You got to hold on with all your might and go through all the other burdens that you're dealing with mentally. And then deal with this physical thing. Think about it. We all had to do it. There was something that happened in all our lives coming into the truth where mentally you're like, damn, do I belong here? Is it the right thing? Is this the word? Is this the truth? And then mentally, your mind is being cleared up and then something hits you. Boom, physically. You're like, oh, now I can't get to class. Now I can't, right? And it's like, no, I got to hold on. I got to get to class. I got to keep that mental part, that spiritual part going. And the physical, my spirit will sustain my infirmity. You see how it all correlates? We've all been through it. It's crazy. It's a very good story. Make sure y'all write down that Romans 8:35 down. Just correlating with this story, that Ephesians 6:12. What is it? 2 Corinthians 10. Weapons of our warfare. You could do that, but really the 2 Corinthians, 10:3. Though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. Weapons of our warfare not carnal, but mighty through the Most High. See, Jacob had to rely now solely on the Most High and his grip. Jesus, help me hold on. Don't open my hands. Let me hold on to this thing. Let me just wrestle and use all faith and strength and might. I mean, that's what it is, but that's how we got to roll. So.
And just thinking about it too, we've all wrestled to get to where we're at right now.
Had to wrestle.
Like, think about all the different doctrines out there, all the different religions, all the different things that sway our people right now, today. Crystals, stones, the ancestors, the Egyptology, being Muslim, all these different things that were to sway us. But we stayed right here. we kept holding on to this. We may not even we didn't fully understand it.
Yep.
We kept holding on to this. We didn't go to Islam. We didn't start seeking out different stones and crystals. We didn't start trying to open up our chakras. We held on to this. And then now the blessing of holding on to this is the key. You got the key, and it's being unlocked.
Man.
The understanding is coming.
That's that James. Blesses he that endureth temptation, for when he endureth, he'll be blessed.
You receive the reward.
I just misquoted that all the way. But
all the understanding, fully learning the truth. We had little bits and pieces, but now it makes sense. Like the pieces fit together. And it's like, man, it's so much clearer now. I'm glad I kept wrestling.
Preach.
I'm glad I kept holding on.
Preach.
You just brought that understanding out to me.
Yeah,
We all did it. We all keep wrestling.
Yeah, it's about holding on, man. But examining yourself, whether you be in the faith, what am I holding on to and with? That's really what it's about. What am I holding on to? And with what? With what faith, with what grace? Remember, most of it is grace. Most of it is grace. You know what I'm saying? And then the little bit of faith you have, that's going to carry you through to build the patience, the long suffering. Yeah. It's a good class. Go ahead. Where we at?
The book of Genesis, chapter 33, and verse 1. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men.
So not only did I have to wrestle, now here comes this monkey, right? What do I do? But I just wrestled that whole angel. So guess what? Esau ain't gonna be that much difficult. He shouldn't be that hard, right? I shouldn't give in to him, right? Just wrestle the whole angel. For hours. And he injured me. Right? So I should be good now. That's the mind. That's how we should be when we go through our battles is, wait a minute, I went through something way more detrimental than what I'm going through now. So why am I folding up now? Why am I falling now when I just went through this?
And you know what's cool too is, man, that's so beautifully said, because a lot of times, a lot of brothers and sisters, we forget that you have to prove yourself to the Most High. You constantly prove yourself to Him, but there is a big proven ground that you do have to get through when you first come into the truth. You know what I'm saying? When you first put your hands to the plow and start doing the work, there is a big hurdle that you have to cross.
Yep.
And when you do look at your life, it's like, I've been crossing hurdles my whole life. You know what I'm saying? I've been making it through the fire my whole life. So now when you look at the truth, really and truly when you look at it, it's like, I've been doing this my whole life. The Most High is not asking for me to go and do some of the things that I used to do in my life. The Most High is not asking for that. You know, so what he said is very cold, man. You're supposed to look back, be able to look back and be like, I just wrestled an angel. Yeah, this situation looks crazy, but I just wrestled an angel. I've been here before. I've been here, done that. You know?
Dang, you know what's crazy? It said the sinew shrank. He basically broke a tendon. A sinew is a tendon.
Yeah.
He literally just chopped his tendon out. When you lose a tendon, I mean, come on, tendons is what makes your legs bend. That's what helps muscle contract and
They're like pulleys.
yeah, basically. So it's like, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's like I'm pulling an Achilles. It was in the hollow of his thigh. So he got a tendon in here. What's that, William?
I was gonna say, I can attest to that. I had tendonitis like maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
Uh-huh.
My hip ain't been right since. Like comes and goes.
Oh yeah, that inflammation.
Yeah.
A lot of turmeric, a lot of ginger, and you got to get you some omega-3, some oils. Drink some olive oil, get something. to get that information down. But yeah, that's what I was dealing with in my knees. It was tendonitis. They'll just get inflamed and swell up. Now, I'm good. I'm Superman. I'm good. But you know, you gotta get on those things. It'll knock it out. But yeah, it's painful. It's painful. But it said his damn ligament shrunk. That's wild.
It had to rupture because it's like a rubber band. So just
Yeah. Even a slight
hit one part.
listen, even a slight tear in a ligament and you're incapacitated.
I ruptured my quadricep tendon, and I didn't know nothing about a quadricep tendon. And when I ruptured it, like my leg was just limp. Like I couldn't extend my leg forward. It just was limp. But yeah, crutches, braces.
Now. Yeah, go ahead. Where we at?
You do that.
Springs growing ligaments become stretched or torn.
Read on.
And he divided the children unto Leah and unto Rachel and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother.
So he's like walking, he's like limping, he's like a little limp. He saw my brother. Hey, big bro, my lord.
Basically.
But that's the end.
Man.
All right. Let's get the next reader up.
You got that?
You know he wants to float.
Oh, you got defeated earlier?
Oh,
No, you did.
I'm a whole new brother now, man. I heard my name.
I'm one Isaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Bun Yasharallah.
I'm one Isaiah Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasha'Allah, Ben Abizra, Amadi, Barak.
Yehovah Shem Yahushai Brakathum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
If you take it all with the Lord on my side. Is this a new one?
Yes, sir.
I don't know why I thought that Hanukkah was starting today.
You ready?
It's already in feast mode, like, oh, let's get it. I was already in the mode, baby. So, yeah, so we will have class this week. Yes, sir. We'll have class this week. Let's get it. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 33, verse 4. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are these with thee? And he said, The children which the Most High hath graciously given thy servants. Then the handmaids came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove with? What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock would die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servants, and I will lead on softly, according to the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way to Mount unto Seir.
So right here, if you're listening, he's like, he gave the gift to Esau, and they're like, Esau's like, okay, well, let's go to Seir. We're going to Seir together. Let's go to Seir. And he's like, let's not roll together because I got my kids. You know, they're not that strong. They still kids. I got my flocks. They, you know, if they get pushed too hard, they're going to die. Y'all go ahead and go ahead. I'll meet y'all there. And he's like, oh, well, let me leave some of my men with you. You know, leave some of my guys with you. We'll get there together. He's like, no. What I need your guys for, man? You know, it's just some kids, you know. I'll see y'all when we get there. I want to hold you guys up. Why? Because Jacob, or now Israel, is still exercising the wisdom. What the scripture said. Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 and verse 10.
Yep.
Someone grab it.
Yep. He's like, hell no, you ain't gonna leave no men around my children.
So when you get home with the gift, send word. Send word. Read.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
So does his wickedness. He knew that Esau, like as I was bringing out how the scripture said, it comforted Esau to know that he was going to kill him. He wanted to go kill him. I'm going to get this dude. That was his comfort. Okay, he got appeased by the gifts for now. Oh, he's like, okay, well, we gave him some gifts. Yeah, I feel good about him. My brother, he calls me his Lord. Yeah, he knows I'm over him. But that only lasts for so long, especially when someone want to kill you.
Yeah, plus, let's be real, Esau was more powerful than Jacob here.
God.
In army-wise, Jacob wasn't ready for no fight.
Not at all.
He had children, women, and cattle. Esau had 400 men. They weren't just regular dudes. It wasn't when you go to the airport in Hawaii, and they meet you at the airport with the
flowers.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It wasn't no greeting committee. This was fierce men. You know what I'm saying? So Jacob was right. He was like, nah, you go ahead. Look, I just got the children, the women. They gonna take forever to get there.
Yeah.
We don't want to hold you up.
Exactly. Watch, read on, bro.
Though he humbled himself.
Oh yeah, thanks, bro. Oh, look, let's all roll together. Go ahead.
And go crouching.
Go ahead.
Yet take good heed.
Read.
And beware of him.
Why?
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou had wiped a looking glass.
Go ahead.
And thou shalt know that his rust have not been altogether wiped away.
Because he might sound nice right now, but he was just coming at you with 400 men.
After 20 years.
After 20 years. You think after 20 years of this, think about how even our people are right now when it comes to grudges and holding a grudge, not speaking to each other, or always having a side eye because of the way somebody had treated you one time 20 years ago. You still look at them with the side eye. Go to the family reunion. I remember he stepped on my J's. First day I got him, they was all white too. You still worried about that? Oh, I remember the way she treated me when I came over her house. She looked at me like this. You still worried about that? You still holding that grudge? So if you can imagine that and see how we hold grudges now, think about how Esau was holding the grudge. He still held the grudge.
And Jacob didn't, even if Esau wasn't holding a grudge, what was Jacob doing? Proving a friend.
Yeah.
Well, let me make sure. Let me not get you too close. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really know what you on. He's been gone 20 years. He don't really know what he's on, but he showed what he was on with the 400 men.
Kind. And that's the point. You knew, he knows what he's about. Let me take caution. He had a game plan. All right, I'm gonna separate in two. I'm gonna send some forward, and if he start murdering everybody in front of us, the other ones can get away. That's the plan. Okay, ain't no murdering happen. I'm behind. Let them know. Let them know I'm behind and I'm coming. I'm older now. My hip. Look, Esau seen him. Esau's probably, yoked up. You know how Edomites be? That be in the gym all the time?
Oh yeah, he was probably
Flipping,
Tires.
diesel tires and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Doing like this with the rope. He been doing all that.
His
He's
hair goes
swole.
to his arm.
Hair puffing out through his arm, big old thick beard, smell like dog hair.
Wet Barbie.
And wet Barbie.
A sack full of nickels.
And then Jacob come up. He got his yokes, but he ain't moving quite as good. And he's like, hey, what's up? Give me some time, I'm getting there. I'm making my way. Bro, he looked at it and was like, I can crush him in an instant.
Right.
All prideful. He could have. He was physically superior in this moment.
He had the men.
And he had the men. And but Jacob, our forefather, he exercised wisdom. And he understood this, like what the scripture said. You know what? He might sound nice now because he's appeased with the gift, but his rust had not altogether been wiped away. Mm-hmm. The grudge had not altogether been wiped away. Yes, he still came at me with 400 men because he thought about this for 20 years. And he's finally had the opportunity to get me. Were you going to say something, William?
I was going to say that if he had left those men, he could have appeased Esau, but his men might have been in a whole different spirit. Like, that's not my brother.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That too.
Mm-hmm. He didn't give me the gifts.
Oh, we heard about what you did.
Right.
Well, we in a situation now because of what you did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yep.
So true.
What's that?
Would verse 16 also be good for that? In the same chapter? Verse 16, Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 16.
Go ahead.
An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips,
Yep.
but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit.
Yep.
He will weep with his eyes.
No, I think the whole thing goes down. The whole thing from
Oh, yeah, it does.
the whole thing from 10 goes all the way down, all the way to 17.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it goes all the way down, right? That's why I love 13. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent? Like, you shouldn't have been by that snake. That's that person that is treacherous, right? Why are you playing with this dangerous animal? Who's gonna pity him? And any such that come nigh to wild beasts. Like when I see, I was watching a dude feast on alligators, and he had like these big chunks of meat, and I'm talking about there was 15 alligators just lined up in the water, and one of them had his head out. And he patted his head, and in my head, I'm like, why would you? First, he got the meat hanging by his leg. He just chilling there talking like, you don't want to fall in there. And it's like, they move quick.
Yeah.
Why would you even? But he thought nothing happened. But in my mind, if something would have happened, all them alligator attacks and animals attacks and things, I'm like, nigga, Siegfried and Roy.
Oh yeah.
Why are you chilling with tigers? Like when they maul you, that's what an animal's supposed to do, maul you.
Their nature.
That's their nature. Like, so I don't have no pity on them. I actually laugh like, hey, I'm not going out on safari.
I only watch those kind of episodes just to see someone get killed.
Because that's what's gonna happen. Like me, like you trying to go out and chase sharks and do all that weird stuff. And I'm like, well, you should have died.
Yeah.
I don't have no pity on you,
Bit.
right? But it's like if you want to be up under your enemy and he overtakes you, I don't have no pity for that.
God.
That's what you're asking for. Watch, read verse 14.
So, one that goeth to a sinner,
Right,
and is defiled with him in his sins,
right.
who will pity?
Read.
For a while he will abide with thee.
He will do what?
Abide with thee.
And
But if thou begin to fall,
read.
he will not tarry.
Read.
An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips.
Right, so this is going about this whole from 10 down is going in about an enemy. From 12 down is talking about how to deal with a friend or a godly man. So the chapter is broken up into two. Very good chapter. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Go ahead.
But in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit.
Read.
He will weep with his
Yeah,
eyes.
he'll kiss you up on your neck. He'll do all that. Bro, my brother Esau, my brother Jacob, right? Go ahead.
But if he find opportunity,
But if what?
he find opportunity.
Esau is an opportunist. That's why he's such a cunning hunter, a man of the field, because he knows how to take his opportunity. When you think about it. Whoever watched Donnie Brasco with the CIA or the shows where the CIA infiltrated the mob, COINTELPRO, all that stuff, what do? They put a sleeper in. They go in, act like they're part of the mob, and then what do? They bring them all up on charges. Deep, when they're like deep undercover. Yeah. That's Esau. That's him hunting. The nigga will sit right next to what he's about to hunt and act like he's a friend.
Damn.
And as soon as he finds the opportunity, he's taking his evidence, collecting his evidence, right? Meeting up with his handler, giving the evidence. They build up a case, right? You gotta watch. I watch a lot of those documentaries just to see how Esau infiltrates a lot of stuff. Huh? Hell's ain't, bro. All those. Listen. How did they get in with Malcolm X, Martin Luther King? They couldn't go in as white people, so they converted black people into their mind and used them as the hunting tool, as the bait. You know what I'm saying? So you got to see Esau is that cunning hunter, but how does he do it? A lot of the times he be right up under you, sitting right next to you, ready. Go ahead.
He will not be satisfied with blood.
He will what?
Will not be satisfied with blood.
Go ahead.
If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first.
You see that? That's why Jacob was like, nah, bro. You go ahead and go back to your house. Because first of all, Jacob wasn't even trying to go to Seir. Jacob wasn't going to Seir. Jacob was going to go to Succoth, which was, Seir was down bottom. Succoth was going towards the west. Jacob was just trying to pass through. He wasn't trying to kick it with Esau and live with him. That's what Esau was trying to do. Like, oh yeah, come down to Seir. Jacob was like, nah, I'm going to Succoth, the neighboring city. Go ahead.
And though he pretend to help,
Oh yeah, I'll leave you some men. I'll leave a few brothers, man, here to help. Nah, they're spies. Go ahead.
yet shall he undermine thee.
Read.
He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much,
Right.
and change his countenance.
Yeah, once he got you. Once he got you, man. So, what?
You got to think about how Esau heard about him coming. He had lookouts.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Man,
Oh, Jacob's coming.
Yeah, there was, remember, we traded, there was trade routes and
Yep.
men always moving back and forth, so word got around of what was going on. It wasn't like we were, like something happened in one city and nobody knew ever would happen. Remember when Egypt got destroyed? They knew Egypt got destroyed.
Yeah.
How did they know that all the way in Jericho, all the way in Jordan, over to Jordan, all the way in Canaan? Because word got through the land because we traded.
That's what I was gonna say. I was watching a documentary on that, man, and they were showing how back then there were hotels in certain travel spots.
Like Yahushai and them, there was no room in the inn.
In the end.
Yeah, they had inns, they had hotels, so it was like
They had to tell
you know, it's like if we going to San Antonio or something.
Yeah.
There's one way to go to San Antonio. That's the road.
Yeah.
So like when they were traveling back then, there was a road that I'm not gonna say there was a road, but there was a path.
There was one trade route. There was a trade route. Yeah.
Yeah. So like there was a hotel. So they were talking about back then, like the hotel, that was where they would have plays there, and they would have, of course, they had food and drinks and stuff there, but they also that was where they shared information.
Yep.
On what's going on.
This what happened over here.
Yeah, this was going on in this city. Oh, what city you headed to? I'm headed over here. Oh, what's going on in that city? Well, this is what was going on in that city. This is the president.
Yep.
This who got married. You know what I'm saying? This who was rich.
Don't go to Egypt because it ain't there no more.
Yeah.
That's don't go there. Why? Because ain't nobody here to trade with. Remember that?
Yep.
It's like things like that. Word of mouth got around quick.
And these spots, this is where people went to at night.
Yeah.
So like when the sun was down, this is where they'll just kick it there. They'll have a place to sleep, you know, a place to feed, get their cattle back to where they need to get it to, food, water, all that. And in the morning they rise up and they leave on their journey until they get to like the next resting spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Very good point.
Yeah. Good little documentary.
Where we at?
Genesis chapter 33, verse 17. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built him an house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to
Succoth, right? Booths, Feast of Succoth. Right. Go ahead.
And Jacob came to Shalom, right? Shalom.
Where you at?
Yeah, Shalom.
What verse?
Verse 18. Yeah, that's
And
Shalom.
Jacob came to
Yeah, Shalom. Or
Shalom. Right.
A city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of the field, where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it Eloha Israel. Chapter 34 and verse 1. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivites, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel.
Right. So we know that they weren't supposed to deal with us. We weren't supposed to deal with them.
Okay.
Right? Because if the sons couldn't get with the daughters couldn't get with the sons. So it was abominable that this man took Dinah. He wasn't supposed to deal with her. Go ahead.
And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. Mm-hmm. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to wife. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you, and ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possession therein. And Shechem said unto her father, and Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me, I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised. For with that we are reproach. For that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised.
Right, so they basically Hamor came begging for Dinah to go through the whole. Remember, he already married her. He lay with her, right? He already took her, but now he's trying to come and do the dowry and wedding and all that stuff. And so, who was it? Simeon and Levi. Or it said it didn't say. It just said the sons of Jacob answered. It didn't say what brothers. Sons of Jacob answered it, so they constructed this. It said they answered deceitfully. Basically, to get with her, y'all gotta go get circumcised. Right? Go ahead.
God's sister.
Really?
Yes.
That's great. Who's next? I mean, any questions on that? What's that?
And when they say like the circumcised, but do they mean as well like they have to follow the Most High too, if that was the case, or just?
Yeah, that's what it was all about, the physical and switching up their ways. But they knew they weren't going to switch up their ways. That's why it was deceitful, because they knew they would probably go through the physical part, but were they going to stop being Hamites? No, they weren't. They weren't going to stop. They weren't going to stop the idolatry.
You don't want to stop making bold lips.
Doing what?
Making
Bold
lip
lips
bowls.
and saying Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever.
William, Sabbath Shaw, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
William, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Sha'ala, Imajib, Barak,
Yahweh Shemel Shah Brakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Genesis chapter 34, verse 16. Then we will give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us, be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and we will be gone. The words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son, And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delighted in Jacob's daughter. I'm sorry.
You said it right. And the young man deferred not to do the thing. Yeah. So basically, meaning what? They went ahead and did the circumcision. Go ahead.
And he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem the son hearkened all that went out the gate of his city, and every man was circumcised, all that went out the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that the two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. And the sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives, took their captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I, being a few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me. And I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with an harlot?
Yeah, because, I mean, listen, what was on their mind was, what was it? It was vengeance. The problem with Levi and Simeon, they went about that vengeance wrong. The scriptures say, vengeance is mine, I will repay, say the Lord. So they took it in their own hands to do what? To get that vengeance. And Jacob was like, listen, you guys didn't think this thing through. And then how you know they didn't think it through was Jacob wasn't a part of the plan. It's one thing if Jacob was dead, then you go do this. But he was alive. They should have consulted with him first before they made this move. And maybe something else would have happened. But this is what they did. This is what they did. It's another lesson on revenge, man. I get it. They were upset. They're right. Should he deal with our sister like he did with a harlot? Like, you gonna treat my sister like no help? Just think about that in these days. I remember, who remembers the one dude that was on the Steve Harvey show? His name was, he was a Dominican brother. Man, he was on the Cosby's, then he went on the Steve Harvey show. He was the black looking guy that always wore like a vest like this with no shirt.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
his name.
some chick, I forgot his name too. He was he's actually Manasseh.
I
He
thought
lives
it was
in Judah.
him.
Huh?
I thought it was him.
No, both his parents are from Dominican Republic. he grew up in New York. But anyway, he was in Cali, and he was in a car, and I guess he was dealing with some chick. He had slept with her. She said that he raped her. And what did she? And then she went and told that to like her brother or somebody. He really didn't rape her, from what everybody was saying. Like it was consensual. They hung out. They kicked it. He just didn't want to keep dealing with her. Said that she raped her. That he raped her. Oh, dude came and just killed him in his car. And shot him. There was another actor in the car with him. The dude that they were young at the time. Yeah, he played Michael Jackson, and he was like the little kid Michael Jackson. He was in I forget their names, man. But you'll know their faces. I mean, you'll know their faces if you see them. But basically, she wrongly accused him because he didn't want to deal with her.
He played
Romeo. That's his name.
The character name.
Romeo, but the last name was his real last name. He did it on purpose. But he played Romeo. Yeah. But yeah, he got killed behind a situation of just wrongly accused. Yeah. But think about how many times, man, that happens us in our communities. It does. Oh, he did this or he did that to me. He beat me up, and then I'm gonna get my brothers, and then they come, they kill somebody, and then it didn't go exactly according to what she said. Imagine if it didn't go according to what she said. They would have been really, really in the wrong. Now we know it happened according to what she said, right? Because the scripture said.
Yeah.
But they weren't supposed to act out of their own judgment. Is the point?
Yeah.
You can't act out of your own judgment. They didn't. First of all, they should have consulted with Jacob. That's first and foremost. Because when the part that got me, it said the brothers answered. What chapter we in? 34, right?
13.
Yeah, and the sons of Jacob answered. Well, why would they answer when Jacob is there? Because he was there too. Right? And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what will you say unto me I will give? So why did the brothers answer and not Jacob? Took it upon themselves. You see that? So, not very wise by the bros. Let's jump over. Right, Merlin Santana was his name. His name in Steve Harvey show was Romeo Santana. Right. Yep. Yeah, he was sitting in his car, man, just chilling, and somebody came up and just shot him with a shotgun. Damn, shot him. Just killed him. It's crazy. Yep. Where we at?
Chapter 35. God said unto Jacob, arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto the Most High, that appeared unto thee, when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, put away the strange gods that are among thee, and be clean and change your garments.
Right, go ahead.
And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto the Most High, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the city that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place Bethel, because there the Most High appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Elon
you at?
Verse 9.
And God appeared unto Jacob. Oh, Danaran?
No. It was the end of the 8.
Oh.
And the Most High appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Danaran and blessed him. And the Most High said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And the Most High said unto him, I am the Most High Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac to thee, I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. And the Most High went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And the Most High called the name of the place Salah. And Jacob called the name of the place where the Most High spake unto him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was built a little way to come to Ephraim. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor.
Got it?
Yeah, that's it.
Any questions?
Oh, it's for reading?
What reader are we on?
Number 4. Number 4.
4.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, right. Trying to get me.
Magana War, Shabbat Shah, Yahada, Banya Sharala.
Magana Ward, Shabbat Tashal, Yahoda, Banya Sha'ala, Ben of Israel, Amadi, Barai.
Yahaba Shim Yah Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yah Shah Barakatah.
God, sir.
So when he took their earrings, he was going to spray them making some more idols. While he took their stuff.
You said what?
I had a question.
What was that?
When he took their earrings, was he afraid of them making more idols? Why he took them?
Where were we at? And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand and all their earrings. Yeah. What would they have done? They would have did what they did in Exodus. Found a way to make a god out of those trinkets.
Yeah.
And all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under. Yeah, think about that. But see, that was Rachel. That was Rachel. She taught her childrenos. Remember when they left Laban, who was sitting up under the idols?
Rachel.
Talking about them on my period.
Yeah, Rachel.
Hell nah. You trying to serve them, you trying to save them gods. Right? So what did she do? Well, more than likely she taught that to the children. So now Jacob got a clean house. Because remember, this said this was his house. So he had to clean house.
Yeah.
And he did get servants while he was with Laban. So who knows what them servants were on. Remember, the servants were part of his house also. So could have been his it could have been his women, his children, the servants. Could have been just the servants. It could have been Rachel on that BS. But either way, he had to clean that up. So yeah, took the earrings, all the little trinkets, and buried them. Where we at?
We're at Genesis chapter 35, verse 17. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni. But his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way of Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her death, upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave until this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edom. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padanaram. And Jacob said unto Isaac his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost, and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him.
You know, remember when Isaac had sent Isaac had sent Esau to go and get the venison. Remember, Jacob was there too. And then Jacob ended up leaving right after that for 20 years. Isaac had him do it because Isaac thought, Isaac was ready to pass. But he lived another 20 years. When you look at where did he live longer? But what we know, he lived at least another 20 years because Jacob was gone for 20. And they came back. So at least he lived for another 20 years, even though he thought he was going to pass. Yeah. Just wanted to point that out.
Genesis chapter 36, verse 1.
What's that?
I was just calculating the age groups that are Reuben. He must have been a teenager when he slept with the concubine, with the woman. Because if he,
Remember, he was the firstborn.
right, he was the firstborn, but Jacob had worked already 7 years when he got the women.
Right.
Right,
So he was at least
16, 17 years old.
something like that at the minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, remember there's time after Jacob left. Doesn't give how much time,
Right.
but there's definitely time after he left. Why? What's up? Why do you ask about that?
No, it just clicked on me that he wasn't actually that very old. His hormones was really kicking in, and he was actually getting woman crazy. You know what I mean? He wasn't. That's all I was just thinking about. His puberty was kicking in on him, and he saw a little girl, and he went after her.
Yeah, but for him to even do that, think about it. She was like a mother to him.
Right.
So this was way past hormones.
Yeah.
This is rebellion. It's way past hormone. Remember, he grew up with this woman his whole life.
Right.
As even like a mother figure. But if he's looking at her as some sexual object, what the hell's going on with him?
That's true. That's true.
See that?
I think like that.
Yeah. See one of his father's wives. Right. Covetous, man. Trying to see how it doesn't say how old he was. I don't think it shows. But go ahead.
Genesis chapter 36, verse 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zebeon the Hivite, and Bashemeth, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Najah. And Adah bare to Esau.
See, let me say this real quick. Reuben did the opposite of what the firstborn was supposed to represent.
Right.
Remember when you read in Genesis 49, he said, Reuben, thou art my son, firstborn, my strength, the excellency of dignity. But then it said, unstable as water is he. Uncontrollable. Water is unstable, right? In the wrong situations. It said, unstable as water is he. Why? Because he went up on his father's bed. So it wasn't hormonal, it was that he didn't want to be controlled. Yeah. Yep. Where we at?
Verse 4. 36 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Beshemeth bare Reuel, and Alholabai bare Jeush, and Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan.
Right. This is a different Korah from what we read about in Korah and Dathan.
Yeah.
It's a different Korah. First of all, this Korah wouldn't have lived that long. It was hundreds of years later when we get into Egypt. They wouldn't have lived that long, this Korah. Right? Somebody tried to say, oh, see, Korah was an Edomite. Nah, Korah wasn't an Edomite. Korah was a Levite in the time of Moses. The names were recycled. Remember, Esau was a Hebrew, so what was he naming his kids?
Hebrew names.
Well, half Hebrew and half Ishmael and half Canaan.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the women that he had. Right? But they were recycling names.
That happened earlier, too.
They were getting named after lands. Different lands and different places. So the names were recycled. So don't think like, oh, see, Korah was an Edomite from Exodus. There's another one. I think Joshua. Or is it the one from Joshua they tried to say was an Edomite?
Oh,
You talking about Caleb?
Caleb's dad.
Yeah.
Joshua the son of Nun. Caleb the son of. It was Joshua the son of Nun. They tried to say Caleb's dad was Edomite because his name was Korah. If I'm not right, if I'm not wrong, something like that. Yeah, it was one of these Edomite. One of the names that Esau used to name his son. But remember, Esau and Jacob were pretty close to in the Seir and Shechem ain't that far from each other. Seir, right here. Shechem is right here, literally. They were border towns.
Yeah, his name is
Jephthah. Caleb, the son of Jephthah. I think it was him.
Yeah, it was Jeff.
Yeah. But go ahead.
Verse 6. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters.
Like, for instance, you got two Enochs in the Bible.
Yeah.
You got Enoch, which was Cain's descendant. You had Enoch, which was Japheth's descendant. Huh? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The name is, it was a common name at that time. But if you get it twisted, like, wait a minute, so the righteous Enoch got lifted up, but he was from a wicked seed. No. Cain had an Enoch, and Seth had an Enoch in their line. And then you had Enos. And then, so just, wow. Whew.
AC pumping.
And specifically, like, in that area.
Brother, that's making my thighs shiver.
No, too big.
Go ahead.
And all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. Verse 7. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle.
So the same thing that was going on with Lot and Abraham is happening with Jacob and Esau. They got cattle. They're growing abundantly. Two nations. It starts with these little small instances of cattle and having so much that now we got to go separate it to our own land. Go ahead.
Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir.
Right.
Esau is Edom.
Esau is who?
Edom.
Read.
And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites, and Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons. Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau. Reuel, the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman,
Right.
Omar, Zipho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. Verse 12. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son. And she bare to Eliphaz, Amalek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife.
So Amalek is Esau's grandson. T-Man, T-Man, that's also Esau's grandson. Go ahead.
And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Beshemeth, Esau's wife. and these were the sons of Alahabama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jeush and Jalam and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau. Duke Timon, Duke Omer, Duke Zevor, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came to of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel.
See, even listen, Esau was so garbage. Esau was so trash. Remember, it said that Jacob would have kings and princes come from him.
Yes.
Esau started naming himself Duke. But you know, a duke is a lower level of a prince under a king. In a monarchy or whatever you would call it, Duke is a title that's under king, prince. Right? It says it right here. Watch. I just looked up Duke. Duke title. Duke in the male. What is this? Duke Wikipedia. Duke is a male title either of a monarch ruling over a duchy or of a member of royalty or nobility. As rulers, dukes are ranked below emperors, kings, grand princes, grand dukes, sovereign princes as royalty or nobility. They are ranked below princes of nobility and grand dukes. So Esau was ranking himself under Jacob.
Already.
He started naming himself a duke. Who told him to do that? But all of them were dukes. Duke this, Duke like, nigga, y'all all are just y'all all just royalty.
Y'all got dukes.
They just start taking they start taking them titles upon themselves and promoting themselves. You know what I'm saying? Jacob never did that. Jacob wasn't like, oh, I'm Prince Jacob. He had to get named. He is a prince with power. Right? We didn't start naming ourselves Prince this or Prince that. Or King this or King that. But anyway, go ahead.
Yes, sir. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son. Duke Nathan, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Beshemeth, Esau's wife.
And these are the sons of Aholibama, Esau's wife. Duke Jehish.
And this is where you get duchess. So, like, what's Harry Potter? No, Prince Harry? The one that just left to America?
Yeah.
And Mary Magdalene? What's her name? Mary Markle? What's her
I
name?
said Mary Magdalene.
Meghan Markle. Right. She, right? They don't call her a duchess, do they? They do call her a duchess. America? Oh. But she sounds American.
She's American. She's from LA.
Oh, damn. LA! Right?
She used to be on that show Suits, and she met him, and
Really? I didn't know that. I I know, was the one Princess Diana? She was an actual duchess. She came from a royal family, right? Right. So that's where you get, so duchess is the female equivalent to the word duke. So really it don't mean a damn thing. Because who cares about Queen Elizabeth and Queen Diana? Nobody cares about them.
No.
Your title don't mean nothing here. They just come over here and they get like a lot of respect, but they don't have no governing. They don't have no governing say in America. Just like President Bush can't say nothing that goes on in Europe. Or who's the president now? Biden. The old Skeletor. Nigga turned 80. What did he turn today? Turned 89? What did he turn? 89 or 79? Yeah, his birthday was today.
Oh damn, he in the hospital.
Yeah.
He's the president right now.
No, he's not the. No, that already happened. They just gave him a clean bill of health. Yeah, that already happened like a day or two ago. Yeah, he got a colonoscopy. But the point is, President Biden don't mean nothing anywhere else. It only means something in America. It's just another term they put on themselves.
Business.
Huh?
Because this is business.
This is his business. He's the CEO, the commander in chief. But no, go ahead.
Duke Jalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came out of Aholibama, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. Verse 19. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land. Lodan and Shobal and Zebeon and Anna and Dishan and Ezer and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lodan were Hori and Heman. And Lodan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these, of Alvan and
Where you at?
Manahat. You want to say Mathanai? Looking at it.
Hey, there is a Mathanai in the Bible though.
And Ebal, and Shepho, and Onan. These are the children of Zebeon, both Ajah, and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zebeon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishan, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anah. These are the children of Dishan: Himdan, and Eshban, Ithran, and Chiran. These the children of Izar. These are these: Bilhan and Zarvan and Akah. The children of Dishan are these: Uz and Aram. These are the dukes that came of the Horites: Duke Loban, Duke Shobal, and Duke Zebeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishan, Duke Izar, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came from Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. These are the king. These are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any kings over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom. And the name of his city was Dinabah. And Bela died, and Joab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead. And Joab died, and Husman of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Hushman died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Avantis, Abit. And Hedad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Balaam Hanah, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Balaam Hanah, the son of Akbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of that city was Paul. And his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Mitrite, the daughter of Mizahab. These are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jeth, Duke Aholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kisna, Kenaz, Duke Kenaz, Duke Teman, Duke Mizar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Aran. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitation in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. I like the villain. Okay, so from there, we're going to Hosea. Hosea chapter 11, and I will start at verse 7. Hosea chapter 11 and verse 7. And my people are bent to backsliding from me. Though they called them to the Most High, none at all will exalt him. How shall I give thee up, Ephraim? How shall I deliver thee, Israel? How shall I make thee as Amath? How shall I set thee as Zebon? My heart is turned within me. My repentings are kindled together. I will not execute the fierceness of my anger. I will not return to destroy Ephraim, for I am God and not man, the Holy One in the midst of thee. And I will not enter into the city. They shall walk after the Lord. He shall roar like a lion. When he shall roar, then the children shall tremble from the west. They shall tremble as a bird out of Egypt, and as a dove out of the land of Assyria. And I will place them in their houses, said the Lord. Ephraim compassed me about with lies, and Israel, and the house of Israel with deceit. But Judah yet ruleth with the Most High, and is faithful with his saints. Chapter 12, verse 1. Ephraim fled. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was all of me? Yeah. Oh, so I can. That's yours.
Hosea chapter 12, verse 1. Ephraim feedeth on wind, and followeth after the east wind. He daily increaseth lies and desolation. And they do make a covenant with the Assyrians, and oil is carried into Egypt. The Lord hath also a controversy with Judah.
Right, because when you're reading this, you're thinking like, oh, wait a minute, he's going into Ephraim. What the hell? But we know Ephraim, they fell into they fell into some heavy idolatry, right?
Yeah.
Whose mother was Joseph? Who's
Rachel.
Right.
There's a theme there, huh?
There's a definite theme here. Who was Joseph's mama? Right? And then Joseph had who? Ephraim and Manasseh. He's talking about Ephraim here. It's not talking about the one tribe specifically. It's that northern kingdom, the 9.5. That's why up here, Ephraim compassed me with lies, and the house of Israel with deceit. That's the verse above. That's verse 12. Ephraim, Israel, it's talking about the 9.5.
Yeah.
But Judah, you have ruling with God, because what happened at that time? Who was carried away by the Assyrians? It was Ephraim, the 9.5. Judah was able to stay in the land and somewhat, let's not cap like they was righteous, because Benjamin was homosexuals, right? They was committing sodomy. You had Saul. Saul was cutting up? Who cut up the Levite? Cut up his woman.
It was a Levite.
Yeah, he cut his woman up. Come on, man, cast was off, right? And they were idol worshiping also. Solomon, he idol worshipped. Saul, he idol worshipped. And a lot of men of Judah idol worship. They were divided. Remember, Judah, they fought against Benjamin, or Benjamin fought against Judah. Little ass hard-headed little Benji, right? The youngest little dude tried to act tough, but they was waging war with everybody. So don't get it twisted. That's why he's coming back and letting it be known, like, hold up, Judah. If y'all thought y'all was gonna get big-headed, we'll put y'all in check too. Remember, he said Israel and Judah have sinned against me. They're both carried away in captivity.
Right.
You see that? So he said, I got a controversy with Judah also. Just because y'all was able to stay in the land don't mean that y'all did the right things in the land. You stayed in the land, but what were they doing? Idolatry. Why were the kings wicked? Why was this king righteous and this king was wicked and this king was? Because it was folly all through the nation, is what he's trying to get us back to. Go ahead. It's you, Baccarat.
Verse 2. The Lord hath also a controversy with Judah, and will punish Jacob according to his ways. According to his doings will he recompense him. He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and by his strength he had power with the Most High.
So that's going into what? Jacob, right? I will punish Jacob according to his ways. Right, go ahead.
Yea, he had power over the angel, and prevailed.
Right.
He wept and made supplication unto him. He found him in Bethel, and there he spake with us. Even Yahweh, the power of hosts, the Lord is his memorial. Therefore turn thou to the Most High, keep mercy and judgment, and wait on the Most High continually. He is a merchant. The balances of the sea are in his hand. He loveth to oppress. Verse 8. And Ephraim said, Yet I am become rich. I have found me out substance in all my labors. They shall find none iniquity in me that were sin. And I that am Yahweh thy power from the land of Egypt will yet make thee to dwell in tabernacles as in the days of the solemn feast. I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the ministry of the prophets. Is there iniquity in Gilead? Surely they are vanity. They sacrifice bullocks in Gilead and Gilgal. Yea, their altars are as heaps in the furrows of the field. And Jacob fled into the country of Syria, and Israel served for a wife, and for a wife he kept sheep. And by a prophet the Lord brought Israel out of Egypt.
Speaking about Moses, right?
And by a prophet was he preserved. All right. Oh, yeah.
Is it me?
No, it's cool.
Oh.
Obadiah.
All right, we're going to Obadiah chapter 1 and verse 1. Obadiah chapter 1, verse 1. Book of Obadiah chapter 1 and verse 1.
Yep. It's like Esau bashing. Talk about the good old white man.
Do it.
Let's get it.
Obadiah chapter 1 and verse 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith Yahweh concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from thine heart hath deceived thee.
Watching something the other day. It's funny, I was reading Micah. Because Micah was prophesying against Esau too. But there's a spot called, Jesus. It's beautiful. I was showing my reel. It's called Petra. Petra. Look it up when you get a chance. Bro, they literally built their houses in the rocks. It's cold. Yeah, like Capitol buildings, cathedrals, like. But this is where Esau was. This was in Mount Seir.
That's how you know who he is.
That's
He
how-
build the same way everywhere
He
he goes.
does the same exact thing. If you ever go to the Beverly Hills, if you ever go to anywhere they got hills, them niggas will build a house in a rock.
Yep.
Right in the cave. So when they got to the Caucasus Mountains, it was nothing for them. They didn't have to build nothing. They just had to just hop right in. Just crawl right in. Then they crawl right out just to go build in caves. Like, if you ever go to Cali and you go to Beverly Hills, those houses are built. I took a lot of photos. Those houses are built in the clefts of the rocks. All they're doing is just showing who they are from their ancestry. But look up, when you get a chance, look up the city Petra, Petra, and everything is just built into the rocks. Literal, like, it's like somebody went to the Grand Canyon and just built a house in the Grand Canyon. And I'm talking about beautifully carved, beautifully, like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. It's beautiful, this city. And the floor, like, you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. This documentary blew my mind when I was watching it. When I was Esau. So when they were able to build and innovate, what happened? They start to elevate themselves in their minds. But where did that start? Back in Genesis. I'm Duke this, I'm Duke that, I'm Prince this, I'm Prince that, I'm King this. Remember, it said Esau had kings over them before Israel did. So they was already propping themselves up as king. Go ahead. Read on.
Verse 3. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee.
You see that? Your wisdom. Their wisdom, the pride of their heart. Their pride is their wisdom.
Yeah.
The wisdom in their mind is what deceives them and what elevates them. Go ahead.
Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
Because that's what they were doing even before the Caucasus Mountain days. They got to do a little bit more history before the Caucasus Mountains. They lived in the rocks in Mount Seir. When you look at Mount Seir on a map, it's all mountain. Mount Seir, right? Bozrah, all them places were mountainous. But they, instead of doing what normal people did, and it was smart. You know why they lived in the mountains? Because there was one way in and one way out. So it was good for defense. It was good for war tactic. It was good. It was already a mountain, so you didn't have to worry about water leaking in. And so strategically, it was ingenious.
Yeah.
It was smart. And then the way they made it look, I'm telling you, look it up. The way they made it look, It wasn't like, oh, let's just go dig some rock, like just blow up some dynamite and make a hole in the wall. It looked like actual cathedral buildings and buildings you'd have now, like the Capitol building, like he said. Crazy. And you could walk right in and it had a doorway nice and carved and craziness.
Like a castle.
Like a castle, like castles. But what happened is we can do this, so what? We don't need God. We don't need the Most High.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because when you read in Job, it talks about how they braid.
How they what?
How they braid, how they, because it talks about them being braid, like cavemen.
Okay.
Okay, so did the Lord take away speech from them, or just how they were?
It doesn't say about them taking away speech. They were just brutes.
That's all it
They're
matters.
brutish. I mean, look at them now.
Bro,
They can talk as good as anybody. Everything's a grunt and something brutish like a little boar, like a little animal.
Right.
So it doesn't say about him taking away their speech.
Okay.
Because they have speech now, so nobody's speech ever got lost, it just got changed.
Okay.
What scripture is that?
I think it's Job 30. Right, Job 30:7. It says, among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together. And they were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were viler than the earth.
Under the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together and brayed.
Because I had Googled it, the word, it meant like they make like noises.
Like little grunts.
Right, right.
Yeah, well, they were beasts. Remember, it goes in and it says, don't it say that they were vile?
Right, that's a donkey. Or mule.
Living like damn wolves.
Damn.
Living like damn, like straight up beasts, man. But it was showing their beast condition.
Okay.
It was showing how far they fell at this time. You know what was wild? Because Job is going in on Esau. One of his friends came from Teman, the Timonite. And people try to say, oh, see, Job was Edomite. Bro, Israel lived everywhere.
Right.
And Teman was right under Succoth and Bethel and all these other places. So why couldn't he just been an Israelite man that lived there? Job 30:7, I want to see. Braid to cry out. Primitive root braid as an ass, scream from hunger. Oh, they were crying for hunger. That's what that was about. Because when you go into that verse, under the nettles they were gathered together, right? They were children of fools, yeah, children of base men. They were violent in the earth. Cliffs of the valleys and caves of the earth. To dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in the cliffs of the earth, and in rocks. Cut up mallows by the bushes and juniper roots for their meat. So they was just sitting there starving and being malnourished. Juniper roots?
Yeah.
That wasn't no sustenance.
Right.
Under the nettles, right?
And the nettles were like the bushes and stuff, right?
Properly pointed as in thorny weeds. So they lived in weeds, man. I'd be crying too. Right? Just like how Esau's ass cried when he didn't get the blessing. That's probably what they were sounding like. Oh, boy! Bless me, Father! Sound like Ishmael when his ass was crying by the bush. Remember when his mom said put him by the bush and he cried, and instead of the lad wept. Right? Oh, wimp.
17-year-old that couldn't get no water.
Right?
Right.
Go ahead.
All right, this verse, still verse 3. Whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they have enough? At the gate, if the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out?
Well, they're searched out by, and it's not even a question, it's a statement, but they're searched out by the way he does things. How do you know Edomite? When the hand is given into the earth is given to the hands of the wicked.
Yeah.
He changes the face of thereof. If not, where and who is he? Look at the man's character. Who is the wicked?
Yep.
Who controls the earth? How are the things of Esau searched out? Well, they're searched out because he's the only man that will take and take and take and take and take and take and take.
Yeah.
Even when he does have enough. What was shocking was that the first Edomite was like, no, I'm good, Jacob. I got enough. But that was trickery. He didn't have enough. It was always in his heart to kill Jacob. I won't take your things, I'll take your life. Remember, it said he wouldn't be satisfied with blood. So, how are they searched out? Well, through his everyday doings. That's why you ain't got to go too far. You ain't got to go to 50 books to know who Esau is. Look at the earth. Look at the earth today.
Yeah.
And look at who is moving, who's gleaning the fields, who's raping and robbing and pillaging everything. We know what's going on with China with the slave. Like, look at Nike. Nike's an Edomite ran company. But you hear all the protests that they got going on in China because they're working them people to death. Look at Apple. Apple is an Edomite ran company, an Edomite company. They had a whole scandal with Chinese labor and working little kids Noah's age to build your iPhone 5 at that time. Because they'll use things up. They won't leave nothing to grow. They won't leave nothing to just live. They gotta have it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau? And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed, to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them.
Right, because they didn't come to help. When this is going into the Babylonian captivity. When Babylon came in from the east, the northeast, and came on top of Jerusalem. Remember, Edom is right under us. So what we did, we ran south, and Esau gathered us up and brought us right back. They cut us off in the way, like the scripture said. They cut us off. We couldn't run south. We couldn't get away from Babylon, and that happened, I believe, twice. But anyhow, that was Esau. They didn't help us. They brought us back, a lot of us back into captivity. So it was as good as them. And then when they did empty the land out, what did they do? When Babylon took us away, they went up into Jerusalem and they pillaged and raped and robbed and took spoils also. So, and Esau did that a few times.
Yeah.
This is talking about the time of Babylonian captivity. Remember, they did it in the time of the Greek Empire, the Romans. They did it with the Greeks with Antiochus. They did it with the Romans, right? With Titus and Pompey. All through history, they've been pillaging us. They're doing it now. Where we at?
Verse 12. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity. nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress.
Because the law tells you that when a slave escapes, you gotta let him dwell with you. That's what it says in the law. You don't bring him back to his captor. You see that? So Esau was breaking the law, but just dude, the level of immorality that Esau had towards us, just bringing us back to the Babylonians, that was slaughter in itself. That was violence in itself.
Yeah.
You see that? So you weren't supposed to do that. When a slave escaped, you're supposed to let him dwell with you in safety until he can make his way, and then you go on his way.
Verse 15. For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yea, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble. And they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they of the plain of the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the captivity of this host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even unto Zarephath. And the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the south. And saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's.
Do I read?
Yes, sir. Matthew 2, verse 13. Go to Matthew chapter 2, verse 13.
Matthew 2:13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod, so how is it linking up? Well, who was Herod? Who knows? Who was Herod? What nation?
Edom.
Right. He was a tetrarch, right? Of Edom. Basically, he ran. You know how another title would be Duke. He ran Jerusalem. He was the head. But he was an Edomite. And so what he's doing is he's trying to kill the firstborn because he's thinking that Yahushua is coming to take his kingdom. But Yahushua didn't want that. He said, if this is our kingdom, else will my servants fight? He don't give a damn about no earthly kingdom. See, Herod had it wrong. And being presumptuous like Edomites are, what did he do? He killed all the males above 3 and under, 2 and under. Right, so we're reading here now where the Most High gave Joseph the vision to leave and go into Egypt and dwell there because why? They could blend in. Plus there was Jews in Egypt. Can't be naive to think that there weren't. There were. We were everywhere. We were everywhere, especially at this time. Remember when the apostles, when he said, soon I'll have to depart. They said, whether will they go? Whether will he go to teach the dispersed? It wasn't just the 9.5. We were everywhere. We were everywhere. Okay. In America, it wasn't just 9.5 in America. We were everywhere. 13. Right? 13. Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt. And be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son. Twofold, right? We got called out of Egypt with Moses. We got called out of Egypt at this time. But to fulfill the prophecy, his son was more direct, speaking with Christ. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under. Remember, a man of fierce countenance, not regarding the man of old or the children of the young. How you just take a decree to kill the firstborn the firstborn of two and under? That's cold. That's a cold man. And in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently acquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah the prophet, saying, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. So, this is twofold again, right? Rachel weeping for what children? What children was Rachel weeping for? Who did she have? Okay, Ramah was...
Manasseh and Ephraim.
No, she didn't have Manasseh and Ephraim. Joseph did.
Oh, shoot.
But you're close. She had Joseph, which had the 9.5, which had Manasseh and Ephraim,
Right.
or what you would say is Ephraim.
Okay.
This is going into when we were carried away captive into the Assyrians, right? Just speaking symbolically. Ramah was like a gathering point where they gathered us up, like a depot, and they gathered us up and then brought us into Assyria. But when Herod was dead, and then it's going into what? Rachel, the mother of nations, right? The firstborn being killed. All the mothers were like Rachel weeping for their children being killed from the age of 2 years and under. So you see, I was speaking of that because didn't you say somebody tried to use this scripture? No, it wasn't this scripture. They were talking about the prophecy. It wasn't this one. It was. You said some Old Testament Hebrews use a scripture. It wasn't this one, right?
What verse you on?
I'm on verse 18. It wasn't this one. I think it was in Luke. But yeah, it was just speaking twofold. You gotta know a little bit of history. Verse 19. But when Herod was dead, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. But when he had heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea, in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of the Most High in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee. You know what's called about this? This was like the situation, if you want to have another little instance, this was like Jacob wrestling with the angel. Because what happened, the Most High came to Jacob and said, listen, if you do this, I'll protect you. So he's going and he's seeing the evil before him, but then what happens? He wrestles with this angel. He wrestles with the thought of, do I go or do I do my own thing? Right. Same thing with Joseph. He had to wrestle with that thought, like, wait a minute. This dude's son is no different than him. Also, what is it showing about Esau? They carry generational hate.
Yeah.
They're going to carry hate all the way through their generations, man. It's DNA. It's in their blood.
Yeah.
They're going to hand down hate. But you see that? Joseph had to wrestle with, do I go into the land? Or do I follow my own thing? It said it, right? He was afraid to go thither, notwithstanding being warned of God in a dream. So what did he go back to? He went back to being a prince with power and not the Yahweh.
Right.
He went back to, wait a minute, let me follow what the Most High said.
Yeah.
And not let me do my own thing. You see that? He could have just stayed in Egypt. But then this wouldn't have happened. Verse 23, he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets. He shall be called a Nazarene. See that? So if he would have did his own thing, that prophecy wouldn't have been fulfilled. And a lot of the Bible from there on wouldn't have been the same. What's that? And then we're going to go to Esther. What's your question?
Was
Esther chapter 2.
Herod, was that just, is that another name, like a title?
You had Herod and you had Herodotus.
Rhodius?
Herodotus. I believe is a title.
Well, because I was actually reading Acts today, this morning. And Acts 12 and verse 6.
Okay.
It says, when Herod would have brought him forth the same night, Peter was sleeping between two soldiers.
Peter.
Yeah.
Herod. Yeah, it had to have been a title because this
Right.
Herod died and his son.
Right.
So it's kind of, but it shows you how Esau rolls. Remember, they've been calling themselves president forever. General this, president this, duke this, Herod the Great, or Caesar. There was more than one Caesar.
Right.
There was more than one Antiochus.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar was a title. Antiochus, Ras, president. What's that?
I was gonna say they would just add on to the names. It would just get longer and longer.
Yeah.
Antiochus, Lamachus, all this.
Yeah,
About
Lamachus.
6 names.
Yeah,
Right.
but there was more than one Caesar. There was more than one Nebuchadnezzar. Herod, let's see here. Matthew 2. Where did I start at? 13? Oh, no.
Right.
Herod, let's see here. The name, yeah,
Verse
the
19.
name, no, look, all right, listen. Herod, the name of a royal family that flourished among the Jews in the time of Christ and the apostles. So Herod was a name that went from Christ all the way through to the apostles. So this was the first Herod we're reading about, but then his name, that name Herod, carried through his line. Herod the Great was the son of Antipater of Idumea, appointed king of Judea. So, yeah, Herod the Great. Herod, surnamed Antipater, was the son of Herod the Great. So you had Herod surnamed Antipater. Then you had Herod Agrippa. Or Agrippa, right? That was the time of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
He was the Edomite. Then you had Agrippa II. Claudius Caesar, right? Julius Caesar, Claudius Caesar,
Right.
Augustus Caesar.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
would always be family. Sometimes they'll just adopt the name.
Adopt the
once they
name.
come into power.
Yeah, they'd take the name on, but that's what they did. Herod was a family name.
Okay.
So that Herod you're reading about in Acts is Herod the Third. It's either the Herod the. It's either the second or the third Herod.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Let's see here. He cast John. Because then you had Herodias. Right. John the Baptist and written John. Yeah. Herodias though was his wife. Herodias was the one that suggested to Herod to do what? It was his wife's birthday. It was his birthday, but his wife came.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
His brother's wife. That was his brother's wife.
Yeah.
Remember, John the Baptist was checking for sleeping with his brother's wife.
Right.
Herodias was her name.
Yeah.
Herodias. So you see that name was a family name. Herod, Herodias,
Yeah.
Duke, Duchess, President, First Lady, right? First Madam, First Gentleman. That's crazy. The First Gentleman. Yeah, but or what is the name that they call the president? What is the name? Starts with a P. POTUS. POTUS, President of the United States. POTUS. POTUS is on the move. That's his code name.
Okay.
Never heard that?
No.
You never heard POTUS?
I heard the word POTUS, but I never knew what it meant.
Yeah, POTUS, President of the United States. POTUS. Yep.
Okay.
So, but they're all POTUS when they're the president. So there's another title, to show you another title.
Okay.
Ras, right? All the Egyptian emperors, or not Egyptian, Ethiopian emperors were named Ras. Ras is what? Ras is head. In Ethiopian, Ras, right, is head. You see that? Ras Hanan. Rastafari Hanan was Selassie's military title. His real name was Rastafari Hanan. Haile Selassie was something that they added, but they were all Ras. You had Rastafari, you had Ras this, you had Ras that. It's just a name of the head of the general, the head of the army, Ras. That's why you have sergeant, lieutenant. Yeah, you have those titles. Duke was another military title also. Duke was a title for the military also. Duke Ellington, yeah. That was his real name. Wasn't he black?
I think so, yeah.
Duke Ellington. Oh. But yeah, so family name. Sure, women took it and men took it. That's the cold part. So where we at? Esther? Yeah, but let's get this. Let me get there. We're reading Esther. Why? Because we're trying to read Esther in the Apocrypha, and we want to make sure that we want to make sure that we get the story down before we just jump. I'm having a brain fart. I was just here. Where's Esther by? What book?
Job.
Right before Job, yeah.
Nehemiah.
I was just, I'm actually right here. Yeah. Gotta get my Esther up. Right. So we're at chapter 2. So what happened in the first chapter? The king of the Persians and Medes, he calls for the queen. Was it Vashti?
Yep.
He calls for Vashti because he wants to show her off her beauty, her looks. She's like, hell to the no. She don't come. His counselors counsel him that, wait a minute, if the queen ain't listening to you, then all our women are going to uprise. Let's send a decree out that if they do this, they're going to be put to death. Right? We can't have this wickedness. What did it say? A little leaven left the whole lump.
Smart.
Right? We see it in the Old Testament with the Most High. He didn't let murmuring and backbiting be a thing that spread. He didn't let fear spread. Right? Because those things spread like cancers and it affects everyone. So, right. Esther chapter 2. After these things, when the wrath of the king of Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti and what she had done and what was decreed against her. Oh, and basically, they took her out of her queenship and found another woman. Right. Oh, let's not forget that. Took all her goods, everything, stripped her. You're no longer the queen because you're not a good representation. Then said the king's servants that ministered unto him, let there be fair young virgins sought for the king. So got rid of one and got a few. Fair young virgins, right? And let the king appoint officers in all the provinces of his kingdom, that they may gather together all the fair young virgins unto Shushan, the palace, into the house of the women, unto the custody of Haggai, the king's chamberlain, keeper of the women. Let their things for purification be given them. Right, so remember, he had a bunch of provinces, right? What did he have, like 140 provinces? Something like that? So he was sending out people in all these different provinces and cities to gather up the women. Remember, when you read in Samuel, he said it's a wicked thing for you to ask for a king because he's going to take your daughters as confectionaries, little dainty playthings. little delicacies,
Mm-hmm.
right? And dude, look, it's showing right here. He said, think about it. You the king and you want you a woman. You know what? Go to every city and get me all the fine ones. Bruh, that's cold. And these men wasn't getting nothing for these women. It was like, look, the king wants the women. King's decree. I mean, if he was a good king, if he was just, he might give a little shekel or two. But these cats didn't play by the rules, man. They didn't have to. So yeah, man. Well, I'll finish reading. And let the maiden which pleaseth the king be queen instead of Vashti. And the thing pleased the king, as it would any king, right? And he did so. Now in Shushan, the palace, there was a certain Jew whose name was Mordecai, son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite. See, stubborn Benjamite. We're gonna see some stubbornness from this guy Mordecai, but it's a good stubborn, right? Who had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captivity which had been carried away with Jeconiah, king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away. And he brought up Hosea, that is Esther, Hadassah. Right, that is Esther, his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother, and the maid was fair and beautiful, who Mordecai, when her father and mother were dead, took for his own daughter. That's dope. So it came to pass, when the king's commandment and his decree was heard, and when many maidens were gathered together unto Shushan, the palace, to the custody of Haggai, that Esther was brought also to the king's house, to the custody of Haggai, keeper of the women. And the maiden pleased him, and she obtained kindness of him. And he speedily gave her things for purification, which such things as belonged to her, and 7 maidens which were meet to be given to her out of the king's house. And he preferred her and her maids unto the best place of the house of the women. Esther had not showed her people nor kindred, for Mordecai had charged her that she should not show it. Mordecai walked every day before the court of the women's house to know how Esther did and what should become of her. Now when every maid's turn was come to go into King Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of the women, for so were the days of their purifications accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for their purifying of women. Think about it. Even this whack king knew you got to get his woman some time. So 12 months, a couple of months, right? Purify her, get her cleaned up, get her smelling the way you want her to smell, moving the way you want her to move, right? Then thus came every maiden unto the king. Whatsoever she desired was given to her with her slot. Then thus came every maiden unto the king. Whatsoever she desired was given her to go with her out of the house of the women unto the king's house. In the evening she went, and on the morrow she returned into the second house of the women, to the custody of Shaashgaz, the king's chamberlain, which kept the concubines. She came in unto the king no more, except the king delighted in her, and that she were called by name. Now when the turn of Esther, the daughter of, Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her for his daughter, was come to go in unto the king, she required nothing but what Haggai, the king's chamberlain, the keeper of the women, appointed. And Esther obtained favor in the sight of all them that looked upon her. Must be fine as hell. So Esther was taken unto King Ahasuerus into his house, royal in the 10th month, which is the month Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther above all women, and she obtained grace and favor in his sight more than all the virgins, so that he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen instead of Vashti. Then the king made a great feast unto all his princes and his servants, even Esther's feast. Wow. And he made a release to the provinces and gave gifts according to the state of the king. And when the virgins were gathered together the second time, then Mordecai sat in the king's gate. Esther had not yet showed her kindred nor her people, as Mordecai had charged her, for Esther did the commandment of Mordecai, like as when she was brought up with him. See that? She didn't let, Esther was dope. She didn't let sitting up in the king's house, getting dressed up a certain type of way, the favor of the king, she didn't let that skew her obedience to her uncle.
Nice.
Very important. I like it. A lot of women these days, they're too easily influenced. I mean, we see it all the time. You know I got a man, but I'm going to listen to what he's saying because he got money. I'm going to listen to him because he got power. I'm going to take what he's saying over my husband, or what she's saying over my husband. We see it with the story of Samson, right? We see that twice. We see it with the Philistine wife. We see it with Delilah, where they bowed to other people's wishes and didn't consult their husband. You see that? But her, this wasn't even her husband. This was her uncle. But look at the respect she had for him over this king. Right? So very, very important. Very, very little good lessons here. Where did I end?
Verse
21. In those days, while Mordecai sat in the king's gate, two of the king's chamberlains, Bigthan and Therash, of those which kept the door, were wroth, and sought to lay a hand on king, and sought to lay hand on the king. Wait, what? Am I reading this right?
You're right.
Bigthan and Teresh, of those which kept the door, were wroth, and sought to lay hand on the king Ahasuerus. Oh, okay. And the thing was known to Mordecai, who told it to Esther the queen. And Esther certified the king thereof in Mordecai's name. Nice. And when inquisition was made of the matter, it was found out. Therefore they were both hanged on a tree. And it was written in the book of the Chronicles before the king.
Oh, so he's like, oh yeah, someone's looking to kill you. Someone's looking to assassinate you.
Basically.
That's what my uncle was letting me know.
He heard it
to you.
He'd been sitting at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Your two doorkeepers. That's why it threw me. I'm like, wait a minute. He's sitting at the wall and he's ear hustling their conversation. Man, we pissed off this dude, but he got all the fine women. He might have took their women.
Yeah, maybe.
He might have took their daughters. Who knows? But they wasn't happy.
Yeah.
It could have been that he had a house full of women.
Yeah.
And he wasn't sharing none.
Yeah.
And they were the doorkeepers, so they watched.
They got to see all of them come through.
So they get to see all that beauty.
Yeah.
Slide on through and they ain't getting none. You just gotta watch.
Esther was the final straw.
Probably. They're like, damn, bro, you gonna have all them and her?
It's like, no blessings for us. No.
Right? Maybe it's a gift. What's that?
You see that? I can't remember the name of the Mel Gibson movie that he did over in the Scots and stuff like that.
Braveheart?
Braveheart, yeah.
Okay.
Where they passed a decree that you get to sleep with the king could sleep with the bride before her husband could.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Oh, it's very terrible.
Yeah, that was actually a lot of like cultures.
Yeah, they're trying to read them out.
But that's the thing. He said, but see, Samuel was warning Israel how kings did. They take your daughters and your women's and make them their confectionaries. Yeah. Any questions?
I have a question.
What's that?
On the very last chapter of Esther, where it says it was written in the book of Chronicles, is this a different book of Chronicles for the king, or is this our
The book. It was written in the book. Let's see. I'll tell you right now.
I think it was their Chronicles.
Yes, they're fine.
It's their Chronicles.
Oh, right. The book of the Chronicles before the king. Yeah, because remember, this is a whole other nation.
Yeah.
This is the Persians and Medes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our Chronicles only like go into our kings.
Yeah.
Like, this is their Chronicles.
Just, yeah, we're gonna get to it at the end of the book, but remember, it says he woke up in the middle of the night, he couldn't sleep, and he woke up, we started reading about it, then it came to him by Mordecai doing what he did. He said, oh, listen, he told Agag to, hey, he made this big feast about him, and he had a parade in front of all the people. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Anything else? Fairly simple. Wednesday. We got Wednesday class. I'm ready to learn. Yes, I'm ready to learn. Remember, we got Hanukkah on next Saturday.
Oh, dang, really?
Yeah, it's next Saturday. But this is the thing. We're going to have class. We'll have class that Saturday, and then that'll be the last class until Monday. Yeah, we're going to enjoy the feast day. Listen, we got to work. We got work and all that stuff, so it's hard for us to get together, so we got to take advantage of these times.
Yeah.
When we ain't had a mall and the trucks and all that stuff, we was always chilling. We was driving out VA, driving out here, brothers was always linking up, right? It was nothing for us to, hey, we going to San Antonio or we going over here, and we would just do it because we had the time. Now we don't have that much, that luxury because we're tied down back to the mall, got this truck that we're running. So we're going to enjoy these 8 days. I'm going to. Right?
Yep.
I'm definitely going to enjoy it. I wish my kids were off of school for those 8 days. Ugh. They're off of school now. I wish it would have coincided, man. That's why I was thirsty. Like, oh, the feast starts. I ain't got to wake up early to take no kids to school. All next week, early.
Damn.
Or not. Next week, no school. The week after, when the feast starts, it would have been good for them to be off, too, to not have to worry about all that. So, yep. But the good thing is we ain't got no more.
Yeah, we have everything.
We ain't got no class.
That's it. That's what we do.
Yeah. But we do the feast early. We ain't got to be up all night. But I'm going to definitely have some fun. So, yeah, we got that going on. Remember, we're doing a raffle for Hanukkah. So, yeah, partake in it. Get you some stuff. You see what we're trying to do. We're not trying to just ask, and not give. We're trying to create these different things to be able to help with some things for the school and give y'all something back also.
Yeah.
So, yes, sir.
First night's at my house too, Saturday.
First night's at your house? Party! I did the last night's at my house. Yeah, I got the last night, so should be good. First shall be last, and last shall be first.
God.
All right.
It always applies to whoever's last.
Right. I remind you, Panya, down. Let's rise and face these. Life of the party. That one.
Just water.
Oh, that's mine. This? Oh, this is yours, yeah. Do that real quick, my name.
of Yahushai.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Ma'aka Allah.
Send Ma'aka Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Heal.
Protect.
And
make strong.
The
people of Yashar Allah.
The people of Yashar Allah.
Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual powers. To forgive all of our sins. Yahushai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Hashem Yahushai,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, War,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us a light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us a ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Shaman, Zayad, Zamashad, Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalm chapter 92. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto Yahweh. And to sing praise unto thy name. Our Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness. In the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp of the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass. When all the workers of iniquity. Do flourish. It is that day. Shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, Most High forevermore. Below thine enemies. O Yahweh, below thine enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn. Shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire and mine enemies. And mine ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai. Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Hashem Yahushai. This is Psalm chapter 133. Shayar, Kamalawat, Ladawad, Matawab, Salake, Hana, Matawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman,
Hatawa,
Hatawa, Ayl,
Ayl,
Haraash,
Haraash,
Yarad,
Ayl,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharon,
Shayarad,
Alpayah, Nawakiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayl, Harayah, Desire one, Kaya, Shum, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Aid, Ha'ayulam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there Yahweh commanded a blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Yah.
Aman.
Amen.
All right. Let's circle up. Let's just somebody's have a seat. Call it.
Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakadon. Kwam Yashrala.
Get him a top.
This is 55.
Where's Noah go? Where's Noah? Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I'm mighty. Barak.
Yahweh Shemar Adon
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Get him a top. This is Shalom.
Shalom.
See y'all back here on the Wednesday. Bye, Father. He finished reporting the camera. What's y'all on?
Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters.